back to the July 23rd, 2020 meeting of the Miami City Commission. As you can see, present on the screen right now, Commissioner Ken Russell, Commissioner Manolo Reyes, and myself, Commissioner Keon Hardeman. Right now, Madam City Attorney, I want to recognize you for item CA8. Did we lose her?
We may have lost her, Mr. Chairman. C8 needs to be modified. The fourth DCA has denied the city's ability to file an amicus. So instead, we're asking for permission to file before the Supreme Court of Florida should they accept jurisdiction.
Can you tell me why they denied the amicus?
I don't think they gave a written order explaining the reasoning. I can attempt to find out if you want to pass it, but there is no written order that I'm aware of.
Commissioner Russell, I know you want to be vocal on this issue.
Thank you very much. I have not seen why the fourth DCA would deny our amicus, but I don't feel that we should be involved anyway, especially not taking up to the Supreme Court. You know, this is a situation where if a city does not follow its code, and that has a negative impact on the residents, it could be financial damage to loss of property value, quality of life, or whatever. That resident does not have any ability to gain standing against that city, and so there are conflicting DCA opinions on this. I don't think we should jump into it. I do think that we take our cases as they come to us, but at some point, from a policy perspective, we should be fighting for our citizens to at least be able to address their grievance with us as a city if we are not following our code. And so I'm happy to let this play out in the courts, however it ends up. If it ends up, if they resolve the conflict between the DCAs and residents don't have that standing under any circumstance, it is what it is. But I don't think we should get involved against the residents of another city.
Madam City Attorney, you want to explain what the case Peter Haver of the City of West Palm Beach is about?
Basically, we would not get involved we would get involved with regard to legal points. We would argue that the case in the 3rd District Court of Appeal, which is the DeTournay case, should be the case law that is followed, and not the 4th DCA's case that came out with a different result. So it would be the city attorney joining in, the city of Miami joining in order to maintain the status quo in the 3rd District Court of Appeal. We're not doing anything else and getting involved in their case. We're not doing anything with regard to the facts of the case. We're just pointing out the law. They would be strictly legal issues. That's what amicus briefs are for. Amicus means friend of the court. It's just a type of brief that we would say, listen, the 3rd got it right, the 4th got it wrong. We would like you to follow the law of the 3rd, and that's it.
Can you explain what law the 3rd DCA has come to over the past?
Yes, so the DeTournay case, which is the law that we followed in the 3rd District Court of Appeal, basically says that the cities have, that the courts should not get involved in whether or not a city enforces its code based on a separation of powers issue, which is just constitutional, basic constitutional law. So what they have said is the city obviously should enforce its laws, but a court should not tell them to do so. The court should not get involved in those types of situations when the city may not enforce their laws.
So what harm do you see in the courts actually requiring the cities to enforce their laws?
The thing is that the harm that could come about is that sometimes there are reasons for when a city chooses not to enforce something. However, the harm is just people getting involved in situations that should probably be private matters and not necessarily hauling in the cities it's a financial, it could be a huge financial detriment to cities. So if we don't maintain our present case law, with regard to Detourné, simple mistakes in not enforcing something could be then detrimental to the city financially as well.
So then what are the facts of Haver v. City of West Palm Beach?
The facts of Haver, give me 1 second. Okay, in the Haver, the plaintiff sued to require the city of West Palm Beach to enforce its single-family zoning classification. And the 4th DCA reversed the dismissal of the claims, and the 4th District then certified the conflict. The conflict is with our case law, which is the Detourné case. And in that one, it's actually the city of Coral Gables was involved in this case. The city of Coral Gables is also going to do an amicus brief. And in Detourné, the plaintiff sued to require the city of Coral Gables to enforce its building and zoning code with regard to boat slips and boats that were a boat that was docked in one person's yard, and it was slightly going into another person's yard. And in that case, it's technically something that should have been a civil matter in between, but they were hauling in the city to be a part of the case. And that's when, you know, those are situations when the city does not have to be involved. It is obviously in the best interest of the city. I understand Vice Chairman Russell and I, this has been a fundamental debate between the two of us since he took office. I understand that he is always looking out for the residents, but you know, sometimes, unfortunately, if mistakes are made or something is overlooked, we also have a financial duty and a fiduciary duty to the city and to the city's coffers and to all the residents, not just a select group of residents. And sometimes we have to make those hard decisions in order to resolve matters. Right now, the Detourné case in the 3rd District Court of Appeal is a very favorable case to municipalities. Remember that municipalities have limited resources when it comes to paying out lawsuits, when it becomes involved in cases. And we also have a duty to try and keep good case law when we are able to do so. And that is why we wanted to join as an amicus brief. Again, we're not getting involved in a neighboring city's problems. All we're trying to do is maintain the status quo with regard to the 3rd District Court of Appeal and Detourné.
Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Victoria. It's a perfect characterization. We have had philosophical differences on this issue, and here's where I'd make the case that, you know, if it's a situation of a dock where it should really be a civil matter and they shouldn't be able to drag the city in, I absolutely agree. And this body, as an elected body, has the ability to change our code and change our ordinances, even change our zoning classifications. And that goes through a public hearing process and a vote, and they hold us accountable. Beyond that, however, our administration should be administering the code. They should be enforcing the code. And I really believe that our residents, in a sense, are in a contract with us when they buy their home in a neighborhood under certain zoning. And for lack of us changing that zoning through an official methodology that has a public hearing process and everything, we should be enforcing our code. And if we don't, we are breaking that contract with those residents, and it could have a detrimental effect on their home values, on their quality of life, and may change the reason of why they bought that property in the first place. So I'm on the side of a resident who wants to address that with the municipality and have standing to be able to do so, because cities should be enforcing the code. I think we should spend less time trying to figure out how we keep them out of court when we violate the code, and instead we should be concentrating on not violating the code. We should really do everything we can to show our residents that we are setting the example, that our code is sacred, we mean business with whoever it is that's violating it, and obviously that carries into an item that we have before us today that we'll be in a shade meeting on later, and how we get out of these when a mistake is made. What do we do at that point? But there is an effect. If we do get involved in an amicus, either at this level or at the Supreme Court, we are, in a sense, asking for that status quo, which will change the way that case in Palm Beach is handled and for those residents there. And to me, that's none of our business. I don't think it sets a bad precedent for us. Even if the court's resolved in the opposite direction, I don't think it would be a bad thing for the people either. I just don't think we should get involved.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes, after hearing those both arguments, I tend to agree with Commissioner Russell. Our city has laws and there are codes. The codes are in the book to be enforced. And by experience, I can tell you that if you go around any of our districts, there's a bunch of our codes that have been violated. And if there is a complaint that we have here, is that we are not enforcing our codes. And although this doesn't mean a thing, there's amicus curiae, how do you say that? Excuse my Latin, I don't, but I know it doesn't have any bearing, it doesn't have any weight, but I think that we shouldn't get involved. And if anything, any city, not only the city of Miami, should enforce the laws that are in the books at all times.
Yes, and the only thing that this case would do is, it's one thing if the court tells you to enforce laws. You can always choose to enforce your laws. And what this is doing is not telling a court of law to tell you what to do. You as a commissioners can always do what you want. You can always make sure that there is an agenda to enforce certain things, not enforce certain.
I see she froze.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if you want me to complete her sentence, or I think the commission may understand what her statement is that
Things take priority over certain.
Okay, I don't like the court interfering, and if there is something that I am totally against, is what has been going on for a while. You see, that there's a lot of judges that are legislating from the bench, and that is a fact. And it does not on one side of the spectrum or the other, you know, one party or the other. That is a fact. That I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the court telling the elected officials what to do or legislate and create laws from the bench. But in the case of enforcing our codes, I think that we have to enforce our codes. And if we don't enforce our codes, that it is, I think that the residents, they should have some sort of avenue that they can use to make us enforce our code, and that will be the courts. That is my point. So, but this doesn't mean a thing, right?
It does. An amicus curiae briefs are always very important. They listen to other participants that have the same need to maintain the status quo. And in this case, we want to maintain our case law in the third DCA that has been very favorable to the city. So that's why we really feel that it's
I'm just going to do one thing. Out of respect for the profession, I'm going to ask the Sherman that please, I want to know your opinion. You see, because I am turning to saying yes, I want us to do it, but then the courts will have too much power, and I want to know. You see, if it is a happy medium. Mr. Sherman, please enlighten me.
Counsel, you have the floor. Counsel, you have the floor.
So I would tell you that if the city attorney's office feels that an amicus brief is important for an issue regarding the cities, it's probably for a good reason. And typically, you know, when she says that, well, they're helpful. So, for instance, if the third DCA has had favor towards the cities for resolving issues, I would say I can't enumerate the issues that may come up, but whatever issue comes up, if the city has favor in that issue, it could be very important for the city. You know, you don't want to lose every lawsuit that someone who lives in your city brings. You know, every lawsuit isn't one that should be litigated. Some of them need to be dismissed. Some should be dismissed sooner than others, and some should actually, you know, go through the legal process so you can have an opinion that's created. I think the best example of that, remember, I think it was earlier in this term when our mayor, you know, we were having issues about whether or not he had the right to veto certain actions of the Miami City Commission. And from the very beginning, I was like, these are issues that we should litigate. We should know, right? And there's a reason why you don't want to know, and there's a reason why you do want to know. And so it's who's willing to take that risk. And so I said it to you to say that what this does is just it's almost like scholarly writing to assist the finder in fact in making a decision. And it could have bearing on his decision and it could not. But moreover, what you should understand is that if the fourth DCA, if their opinion prevails, then that becomes the law of the land, which means that the law that's been favorable to us in the third DCA, which is binding case law, wouldn't be binding anymore. It would be the new case law from another DCA that we would have to follow. And so you basically, once again, tying the hands of our legal department and finding a solution that's beneficial to the city. And you remember now, we wear more than one hat, right? We wear a hat that we advocate on the behalf of our residents. We do what's best to put them in the best condition that we can, improve their quality of life. But then we wear another hat as well, right? We represent our cities.
Yep.
And the question is, you know, when a lawsuit happens, who are you representing? Right? Are you on the behalf of the people that filed the lawsuit? Are you on behalf of the city? Well, I guess the answer is it depends. It depends on what the issue is. And I think we all agree that our laws should be enforced because I live in the single family zone area and I want them to enforce all the restrictions that a single family zone area has. You know, it's not fair to me if someone builds another living quarter on their lot in a T3 area. It's not fair to me, right? Because I can't do it. It's against the law. It increases the density and all these things. And so we should enforce those things. And so I don't know what the facts are, particularly in this case, but just from the argument that the city attorney is making as far as the spirit of what the DCA has said in the third DCA, or the ruling of the DCA in the third DCA, and it's favorable to the cities, you know, I lean towards taking the word of our city attorney that this is something that you don't want to not participate in. It doesn't. We will have no way of knowing whether or not that our argument is what won or lost their case. Right? It doesn't really work like that. But what she's saying is that this is the type of issue that you want to be involved in, and you don't want someone else to make a decision without you having.
Thank you. I take that as a motion, right?
I'll second that.
The motion will come from Commissioner Reyes then, and second from the senator. Any further discussion? And it includes the you stated on the record what the motion was, which is to approve CA8 with the amendment.
That's right.
Correct.
State Supreme Court.
Mr. Chairman?
Since we were
If I'm not
denied
mistaken,
the
it would need to be amended since we've been told we cannot actually participate in this, it would be amended to say we're willing to be an amicus all the way up to the Supreme Court if it goes that far.
Correct. They may not hear it.
It's a little higher than what's written in the agenda right now.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chairman, for articulating that
Excellent.
when I froze.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
No against?
No.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Okay, gentlemen, we can move on with the RE agenda if you like. Are there some that you think you want to take that may be easy to dispose of? Let me see. Well, I guess we just go in order. It's just RE1.
I'll move it.
RE1.
Mr.
Segment
Kemp,
of-
motion, Mr. Chairman.
you can create a motion if you like.
Yeah, so I'll be happy to move both RE1 and RE2.
All
I
right,
second it.
moved and second to approve RE1 and RE2. Is there any discussion? We recognize Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Chairman. Remember that we also have RE12, which talks about the location of the budget meeting. I believe that there may be some concern about having finally an in-person. So I wanted to see if you could take all of them together, RE1, RE2, and RE12, so that we can modify the location as to RE1 and 2.
If Commissioner Russell's includes that, I will second it also.
Yes, of course, we
I'm
can
sorry,
take up
Chair.
RE1, 2,
Madam City
and
Attorney,
12.
my apologies.
Yes.
It's my understanding, or at
You need
least,
to put your volume up.
I don't know. You have a mic problem today.
is that any better? No?
No.
You can scream, Todd.
Todd, it sounds like you have an air conditioning next to your microphone,
Yeah, it sounds like some.
like a little fan or something.
Understood. Is that any better?
That is 50 times better. Was there a little fan?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. So, it's my understanding that RE12 may be withdrawn and that RE1 and RE2 would be amended to just use Miami City Hall as the location for these hearings.
That's what we're trying to figure out. But thank you for saying it better than I did.
Okay.
So then I want to clarify what the motion is then. Is the
So the motion will be to withdraw RE12.
Mhm. Well, we have,
Can we split it up into two motions? That way it's less confusing, just.
that's right.
Yeah.
Right, but the
We
only thing,
withdraw, we move to withdraw RE12.
I'll second.
Well, there's a motion on the floor right now. The
No,
first-
there's a motion for 1 and 2.
right. The motion is to approve
That's right.
1 and 2. That's the motion. On the floor.
Let's vote on it.
Okay.
but that's why I brought up RE12, that if you are planning to have a city hall meeting and not an Artima meeting, we need to amend
The
RE1.
problem, the problem, Mr. Chair, if I may, is that I think RE1, RE2 includes language that mentions Manuel Artima Theater.
Yes.
So that's what the issue is, right?
So as the mover, I'd accept an amendment on RE1 and RE2 to revert it back to City Hall for those meetings or virtual as allowed by the governor.
Thank you.
I will second that.
Okay, so the mover and the seconder agreed to that. So that amends the motion, or actually modifies resolutions RE1 and RE2.
Okay.
Okay. Any further on readiness on that issue? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All against? Motion carries.
Okay.
Now, there was a motion to withdraw RE12,
Move it.
So moved.
Second.
probably moved and seconded. Any discussion regarding that issue? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. The chair would accept the motion to approve RE3.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. RE6,
I'll move it. And I have
probably
a-
moved.
Second.
I have okay, have been moved and second. I have a question on it.
You recognize?
Then we have entering an MOU with FDOT for the underdeck project. But I have a question that deals with maintenance of that area. I want to know who's going to maintain that, because this is for construction only. The way that I understand it, Mr. Noriega, this is only construction,
Yes, sir. It has to do with the design.
design,
Correct.
but it's not a design, construction, and construction, right?
Ultimately, the idea is that there would be under some form, whether it be us directly as a city, under a conservancy of some shape or form, but there would be a maintenance agreement or operating agreement with DOT to operate and maintain that right of way.
Okay.
That would fall to the city.
That without expense to the city, right? Or the city will be responsible for maintaining the.
That's always been the plan, correct? But the idea would be to create
A conservancy.
a conservancy or some sort of entity, or the city do it themselves. We haven't worked through those logistics yet. Hopefully that maintenance plan, most of it will actually be self-supportive by revenues.
That is the hope, that there's going to be so many businesses over there and all of that, but that is a forecast that we don't have no assurance that's going to happen.
Correct. Not as of right now, we don't.
We don't have it.
All this is an MOU anyway. It's not binding.
Okay,
So we're not making any commitments as of right
okay,
now
let's vote.
that have any financial implications.
Okay, that's it.
Any further on readiness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You recognize.
I thought Commissioner Reyes was going to offer that the DDA cover the maintenance of the underdeck once it's complete.
Oh, no way. No, sir.
No, my comment has to do with the Biscayne Boulevard crossing. In the briefings that I've had and the designs that I've seen, I don't believe that it is the safest potential crossing, where the majority of people that will be arriving from either the museums or for a park or the Baywalk, or most importantly, the Metro Mover station, which is the only connection to the underline from free public transit, if I'm not mistaken. There is not a very good, well thought out, safe crossing that I think it could be done better. And if it hasn't already, I just haven't seen that briefing. I just want to make sure that as we enter this MOU, we prioritize that crossing in the design phase and make sure it is a safe, inviting, well lit, well marked, speed controlled crossing of Biscayne Boulevard, because it could be dangerous. That's all.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We were definitely sensitive to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair,
Senator?
I agree. I agree with Commissioner Russell that that's a concern that I have as well. But my understanding that what we're doing here today is only meeting an FDOT deadline for the
That's
MOU. That we're not doing, that we still have ample time to have the conversation about some of the changes. I'm not pleased with the design of the underdeck, not only in the Biscayne Boulevard crossing, but in other parts, in the western part of the park, that I have some concerns about. But I think we're going to have an opportunity to have that conversation as we move forward. All we're doing today is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Manager, is approving the MOU that's not binding and that to meet an FDOT deadline, I think September 1st. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Any further on readiness?
And something else, I think that perhaps Commissioner Reyes and I, the Omni CRA and the Downtown Development Authority could share some of that cost, or perhaps we just find a public-private partnership to do the maintenance down the line, just
No,
food
we
for thought as we move forward.
That is a good suggestion, and I know that I'm looking forward to working together with your CRA and see what we can do.
Me too, and I'm looking forward to you working with my younger brother too there at the Downtown Development Authority pretty soon.
That's a possibility.
A real possibility. I think Commissioner Russell will stay silent on that one. I think
Not touching that one.
you're not touching that one, I know.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye against. Motion carries.
Yes.
RE7. There's a motion.
Move it.
Moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All against?
Enjoy the minute.
Motion carries.
I don't
All
know.
right, we have RE8.
Moved.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries.
Move RE9.
It's been properly moved
Second.
and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes, questions, please.
You recognize.
I had asked during my briefing if we could get some further information of what would be written on the historical marker, because the backup doesn't actually state any of the actual verbiage or the historical significance of that intersection or that area. So I just wanted to make sure we knew what we were voting on. Did the administration have anything on that?
Yuri should pop up in a minute here. Maybe he has some additional information on it. There he is. Right in front of the,
The
under,
signature bridge.
yeah, right. He's right there. He's working on the crossing at Biscayne Boulevard.
Yeah, this is the underdeck.
He's probably going to get hit because the crossing is so unsafe right now.
Dr. E. Baba.
Good afternoon, commissioners. The applicants for this item have not yet provided the city with the appropriate language as approved by the state for placement at that location. My recommendation will be to pass this legislation subject to the city receiving the language and approval by the city attorney's office.
I would agree if I'll offer that friendly amendment if the mover accepts.
I do accept it.
Can it not be the city attorney's office and maybe the manager's office? Because I believe you had a concern on the naming. I think that's a little more administrative than legal.
Yes.
The concern is, we don't have any problem reviewing and approving the language, but I just want to make for legal sufficiency that the city attorney's office opines on it.
Okay, then you could say both of us, but not just me, because I don't get to pick names.
Okay,
Well,
we can call it.
We would vote on it once again once that verbiage comes about.
No.
Just subject to.
right. They were saying subject to. That's why I didn't want to make that decision. It's an administrative duty in that regard.
All right, I'd like to be involved as well if you could just circle back with my office, because I just simply haven't seen what the historic significance of that sign is implying. I know exactly where it is and what it's trying to do, and I'm supportive of that. I just want to make sure we get the wording right, and it does state that it's a park where it's not technically a park. So there's a few things to work on there. So we'll get there.
Okay.
I'm fine with it as written with the amendment.
All right. Any further discussion?
Nope.
Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. RE10.
RE10.
Moved.
Second.
Probably moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All against? Motion carries. Let's go to RE13.
Moved.
Second.
Probably moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Let's have, I moved it just for discussion purposes.
Yes.
Can our manager explain in detail what the interlocal does?
That's what I wanted to know also. I'm sorry.
I just moved it for discussion purposes. If I'm not happy with the explanation, I withdraw my motion.
Yeah, and I just want to be informed what goes from where to where and what is it? What's the significance of this? Because I don't quite understand this.
So again, this is Zeri Ihekwaba. The interlocal agreement is between the city of Miami and the city of Coral Gables and Miami-Dade County. The terms of the interlocal is for the city to receive a total of $1.778 million from the office of the County Commissioner Xavier Suarez for the development of a master plan for the Commodore Trail starting from the boundary of the city of Miami and city of Coral Gables at an approximate location of Main Highway and Douglas, and also coming about 4.5 miles within the city limits. And Coral Gables will be responsible for the remainder of 1/2 of a mile. The total corridor is about 5 miles. The city will be the lead entity for the master planning, as well as for the design, development, and construction of the Commodore Trail. We have structured the agreement to mean that if there are any cost overrun, the county will be responsible for that. Remember that this is a county corridor, county maintained and jurisdictionally controlled public street. It's not a city of Miami roadway. So our responsibility is simply to warehouse the funds and take the lead in the development of the master plan, as well as for the construction.
So it's not going to cost anything, right?
It's advisably, our position is it's not going to cost the city of Miami money.
And where that goes from where to where, and where that's run. Excuse my ignorance, but I had never traveled on this. Knowingly, maybe I have, but
the city limit is approximately at the location of Main Highway where it intersects with Douglas, which is Southwest 37th Avenue, where you make that curve.
well, is this a street or is a
Main Highway. It's Main Highway.
oh, main highway? Oh, come on, you should have said that before. Okay.
Vice Chairman, and then
Thank
So
Senator
this, I have a
Thank you,
question though, Mr. Zeri.
Wells.
Certainly like to thank Commissioner Xavier Suarez for, investing in the Commodore Trail. It is, if you picture right where Rickenbacker Causeway meets Bayshore Drive there, and it runs all the way past Mercy, all the way right in front of City Hall,
Yes.
in front of Kennedy Park, all the parks, that's that jogging, cycling trail. And you'll see
Okay.
once or twice a year, all the Boy Scouts walking it. It has a lot of missing points. It has a lot of dangerous points. And so this would help shore that up. And this can also be in conjunction with the county money that's being used to update Bayshore Drive as a whole, from Aviation down to Mercy Hospital, where we'll be widening, adding lanes, jogging, and things like that. So this has found money for a street that goes through our city, which is pretty important. And it's great that we'll have the control of design, but we get to spend someone else's money.
But it's
I have a
not
question.
going to touch the street. The street's not going to be touched.
Commissioner Reyes, let me allow the senator to speak.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So it goes all the way to this 1.7 million allocation or gift, 1.778 million from Commissioner Suarez. It's for that. Is it that part that goes to 37th Avenue, it turns, or is it for the eastern part? Is it for the western part or the eastern part? Or is it not designated in a particular section?
It's not designated. I think the proposal is to simply, adopt the current location of the trail, which is on the eastern corridor of the roadway.
Yeah, but the way Commissioner Russell explained it, it starts all the way from Key Biscayne, the outside of Key Biscayne, or the entrance of Key Biscayne, all the way to 37th Avenue, and that's what the Commodore Trail is, right? The whole trail.
That's what it is. However, we are responsible for the segment that is only within the city of Miami.
Correct. That's why I ask. So sorry. Let me finish the question, then you can answer it. Then so we don't talk over each other. The Commissioner Suarez is leaving office, so he's allocated these remaining dollars that he has for this.
Yes.
Commissioner, I think you had explained that it was where Zeri, you said where it made that turn on 37th Avenue, which by the way is a very dangerous turn.
Yes, it is.
So my concern, even though it's county maintained and it's a county money and it's found money and all that, is that a lot of city residents traverse that road, right? And does this create any? So I would like to have some more knowledge of what the county plan is for that corridor, for that trail. Are they creating more bike lanes? Which I'm not a big fan of putting bike lanes everywhere. I think they sometimes create more danger and make the road somewhat dangerous. I believe we need to have bike lanes, but not everywhere. And that part of that road that I'm very familiar with, I used to travel it all the time. That's a little bit dangerous. So is there any reduction in the width of the road and any section along this? Because I don't want the city to be a participant in that kind of a plan.
My understanding is that there's no reduction in the width of the roadway. The trail exists. Like we said, there are sections of that trail that are unsafe has blind spots. However, the actual travel lane needs additional improvements. Our position is that during the master planning, we would have to advise the county that not just improving the trail, the actual travel lane needs to be improved. There are some visibility triangle challenges. Some of the intersections with the adjoining streets are very unsafe. If you are driving out to join main highway, you will not be able to see an approaching vehicle. An oncoming vehicle could be on a blind spot. So there are additional improvements that will need to be considered when this master plan is going to be done. And we hope to make recommendations to the county that in addition to improving the trail, that roadway needs to be reconstructed as well.
So that's, Mr. Chair, if I may through you, so see, that's my concern. There is no master plan, right? So the same way that you may not be able to see a car coming, you may not be able to see in that turn, you may not be able to see a bike coming. And my concern is, if we don't have a master plan of what the county is proposing, we don't have that available to us. I haven't seen anything, at least maybe you have it and we haven't seen it, or maybe they haven't finished it. I just don't want to, I want to make sure the city is not a willing participant in something that may make the road more dangerous without us having the full knowledge before we accept dollars and we just create a more chaotic situation. You're right, there are blind spots along that road when you turn. The same thing that the car has those blind spots, a bicycle rider would have the same blind spots or similar blind spots. So that's the only concern that I have. I want to make sure that, is there a master plan for what the county plans?
Like I said earlier, this funds is for both the development of a master plan,
okay,
actual construction. So both of them goes together.
Okay, and there is no reduction, or since there is no master plan, we don't know there's a reduction in the width, right? We only assume or that there will be none,
This
right?
will be all part of the study. This will all part of the master planning.
So if they potentially could be that they come back and say, hey, let's reduce the size of the road to create a wider trail. Is that a possibility?
I don't see that happening.
Well, you're guessing, right?
No, I travel through that corridor all the time.
I know, so do I. But how do you know what the master plan is going to look like?
That's why we're preparing one.
Because what?
That's why the intention is to prepare a master plan.
Okay. So
The devil's in the details of the MOU, Commissioner.
Yes.
So,
of course, that's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking about those details. I'm asking about those details.
correct. So
I like to know. Sometimes I like to know details before I vote on things. So to me, it's important that we have an understanding of what we're voting for before we vote for it. So if there's some draft of an MOU, or there's some draft of a potential of some ideas that have been discussed that I'm unaware of, that have been discussed, how that's going to look like. Is it going to make that trail broader, widen it? Is it going to get closer to the street, make it closer to the street? What safety precautions are going to be taken? All those things that are discussed before master plan, or ideas that have been discussed. For example, what Commissioner Suarez's vision is for that particular corridor. Is there any? That's the kind of information I'd like to have before I make decisions of this nature, even if it's free money, because it could be free money, but it could be things that are not good for the city. Maybe somebody's idea or some engineer's idea what should happen there, but not necessarily public policymakers' idea. Those are my only thoughts.
Mr. Chair, sir, if when the master chart plan is finished, is it going to come back to us? Do we have the last word on how it is going to look, and if all the concerns that Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla has expressing that have been undertaken and taken into consideration? Do we have any input on the development of the session? What is going to be built there? You see,
I will assume so. If the city is accepting funds, and this is the legislative body of the city of Miami, this body sets policy. We're obligated to bring the master plan upon completion for your blessing before we move on.
Okay,
that's good enough for me.
That's suffice with me. Me too. That concern is already taken care of, because without knowing what we're going to, what the end product is going to be, I mean, it's very difficult to vote. Okay. All right.
So the motion is still on the floor, though.
Well,
I made a motion, so I think somebody.
I second it, and
Let's vote on it.
Okay.
That's right. I mean, what are we waiting for?
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All against? The motion carries. Welcome, Commissioner Carollo. Let's see. Let me see, RE 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Do any of those need any discussion?
Yes, 18.
18?
And 16.
And
17.
So, okay, then RE 14. Call RE 14.
Let's do one by one then.
Commissioner Reyes, the language that's in RE 14, are you fine with it right now, as it is?
No, let me see. Let me check it again.
Disparity study information. Is there someone from administration that'd like to present that item?
Yes,
I
sir.
think there's some concern about the cost of the disparity study and how broad it's going to be. Can the manager, the administration kind of walk us through it?
So we've done some internal analysis based on some other studies that have been done. Chris Rose did the due diligence on it. And the range of the study could be anywhere from $350,000 to $500,000. That's the information we're getting based off really just general references. What I'd like to do, Commissioner, if you're open to this idea, is because of that and because of the uncertainty around the cost, would you be open to the idea of developing a scope of work, actually RFPing it out for a consultant to come in and do the study, and then we come back to the commission with not only the scope as well as the cost for approval?
I'm fine
We
with
could
that.
better budget for
I'm
it.
fine with that.
So we could better budget for it, because at this point, it's just an unknown. It's too open-ended.
That's right.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
So then, Madam City Attorney, how will we dispose of this item, or will we just indefinitely defer it? How would you do it, or withdraw it? I would rather indefinitely defer it and then come up with a substitute item so that we know that the language is still present at some place if we need it.
Mhm.
So the chair will accept the
Well,
motion.
couldn't we
I
just
move that you
modify
defer
it?
it. I move that we,
Couldn't we just modify the language instructing us or me to go out and get a proposal to conduct the study and come back with the proposal for approval? Could we just do that?
You said do an amendment to this.
Yeah, that way it's recorded, because that's what the commissioner really wants. He wants us to move forward with this.
Yes.
I'm just asking that we create an interim step
My
that brings back the actual proposal and the cost so the commission can approve it.
my question is, why can't we do this whole study in-house? We're going to be having a tremendous budget crisis for our next budget coming up right around the corner. And while in the past, maybe having to spend another $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 wasn't that great, nor would it have that much of an impact. Every dollar now really counts. So I'd like to see what can the city do to do an internal study on it. Because, I mean, this is a city that is basically all minority. So I have to believe that the vast majority of the work we're putting out is minority work. At the same time, I want to make sure that we're not going to do anything that in the midst of this whole financial crisis that we're going to be facing because of COVID-19, we're going to do anything that's going to increase our cost in anything across the board.
We can get a response for the commissioner, and then I'll call on the vice chairman and then Commissioner Reyes.
We certainly could do it in-house. It would still come at a cost. I mean, we'd have to allocate a position for that or a couple of positions to work on it. So it would come with a cost. If you'd like, I can do that analysis as a comparison to what hiring an outside consultant would be. And that's what I can present when I represent this to the commission, if you like.
Okay, I think that would be good if you could do both of us and bring it back to us.
Happy to-
That is what I was going to. I was going to propose
Vice Chairman?
that we get both an outside consultant and an estimate how much it's going to cost us if we do it in-house.
Vice Chairman.
Thank you. I was going to chime in that I completely agree with Commissioner Carollo. When I heard the cost of this, it seems to me that a cottage industry of disparity study consultants has popped up, and they're not being, it doesn't seem to be competitive enough. It seems very expensive. I don't know what's involved with doing it, but it would be great if we were able to accomplish a comprehensive study in-house at a lesser cost. So I'm with you there, Commissioner. I'll look forward to the proposals.
Now, what do we do with this? Do we defer it?
May I suggest that we just modify it to say that the manager is going to, do the cost evaluation and bring it back? And, based on everything you've discussed, trying to do it in-house, trying to get a consultant, so we can modify it that way.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, you recognize.
Mr. Chairman, would you like something on the record that we have an intention to move forward in one way or another, so that it's captured from our agenda in a vote, that we intend to do this one way or the other, or are you happy with just a simple deferral or allowing the manager to come back?
I like the fact that the language the city attorney proposed, where she's saying it gives us the option, where the manager comes back with both pieces of information so we can make an informed decision. So that way, we have definitely a direction that's been passed by this body, and then we come back with the information to decide how we want to use it.
But Mr. Chair,
You recognize that.
but we wouldn't spend a dime until he comes back to us with different options available to us, correct?
That is correct.
We wouldn't be committing right now to doing it. It was too expensive, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right, so then I'll take that, Commissioner Diaz-Lavotia, as a motion in the court,
Yes,
in the record, and seconded by Commissioner Reyes. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion passes as modified. RE15?
We move it. This is
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on that item?
Sorry, I froze up. Which item?
RE15,
15.
outdoor dining. Any discussion? Commissioner Reyes, are you still frozen? You look very still.
No. Well,
Not Reyes, I mean the vice chairman. Okay, he's not. Okay, now he's just playing with us.
Mr. Chair, all this does is extend the outdoor dining
Absolutely.
program for a couple of months. That would to the beginning of next year. Is that what it does?
that's right. The only thing that it does is the outdoor program that we started, it's going to be extended, because if not, it will sunset this in, I think, next month or something like that.
But how long is it extended? If the
I
emergency
think
order,
it goes all the way, I think, to it's January of 2021.
The end of January of next
The
year.
end of January.
so if I may, Mr. Chairman, so if the emergency order ends and we get out of this pandemic at the end of the year, does this program remain in effect, or does this program go away? Or we have to come back and vote to make the program go away?
Well, that's a good question. That is a good question. If we go back to normal, I mean, that's the thing. If we go back to normal, and the restaurants, they can be full capacity without social distancing and a limit on the amount of the capacity that they can have, there's no need for this, and we can just get rid of it. But if we are still on this, I mean, the state that we are requiring them to be 50%, 75%, or whatever, then I would like to have this extended.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Manager?
The date that's proposed as part of this resolution actually is probably perfectly timed. I think given the expected timeliness of a vaccine, I think up until we get a vaccine, I think we're going to be at some limitation to capacity through the end of the calendar year for sure. So we'll get a better sense of it, and maybe sometime in November, we'll revisit this, Commissioner, if you'd like, and make a presentation based on where we are, and then you can reassess it at that point to see if maybe we take it out or we extend it even further. But we'll make a commitment that in November we'll come back and have this discussion a little further.
Absolutely. And what I wish is that we don't need it anymore. I hope that we be back to normal. But if we are not, we have to assist the restaurant.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
This is for the city manager. I'm a believer that we should have had more outdoor seating anyway to begin with. This is my pre-pandemic thinking. Is your thinking, Mr. Manager, that we're going to have some sort of permanent program where we're giving these restaurants, because it's going to take them a time to recover because they're going to have losses, right? They've incurred post-pandemic, post-vaccine, however you want to define it. That we actually begin to incorporate or start thinking along the lines of perhaps creating more outdoor seating and more outdoor spacing availability to our restaurants. It's something I think the city of Miami should have done a long time ago to keep up with the times and to keep up with the kind of people that are moving to the city and how our city is changing. So, Mr. Manager, are you thinking of those lines, or are you not along those lines?
Well, I think that's really a neighborhood by neighborhood proposition, more particularly because of the limitations to the right of way. I think that in certain circumstances, we can certainly evaluate whether or not it makes sense in certain neighborhoods to readdress or revisit our sidewalk cafe permit and its availability as part of the code. So I'm open to the idea of re-exploring it given the current business climate adjustments and transition that we're in now. So we can certainly look into it.
So if I understand the program correctly, you would need the neighboring merchants to agree to this, because even when we provide this out, we do street closures that we're allowed to do. I would predict that there may be some attempts to do street closures in conjunction with FDOT, as Miami Beach has done. As we do these things, we are also hurting neighboring businesses that require either traffic, to be able to park or to pass by, or to be able to park to visit the adjoining businesses, right? Because if you're taking up parking spaces, then the restaurant will be okay because they're profiting or they're making their money by their loss, but the neighboring business doesn't have a parking spot.
Absolutely.
So that's a little bit of a concern because all these things are balanced. It's all balanced, right? And if we extend it all the way till December or January, I think it's January 31st, you'll begin to feel some of those tensions that will arise from competing in neighboring business, not competing, from neighboring businesses that will say, wait a minute, this is over now. It's getting better. Why? So that balance has always been the argument, right? That we've had when pre-pandemic days. So all those things have to be taken into consideration. I feel the pain that restaurants are going through, but I feel the pain of what everyone's going through, right? What all businesses are going through, not only restaurants. So it's important to keep all business in mind as we formulate a policy of how we're going to be dealing with this in a post-vaccine or a post-pandemic world. That's my 2 cents on this one.
Mr. Sharon?
You recognize?
May I? Yes, this is a question that I had that come along. Come before. I remember that we had some. I think that Commissioner Russell that he proposed some what called parklets in downtown Miami, where you could use the parking spaces outside of the streets, and in order to increase, to have outdoor cafes. But what we can do is, now that we are in this situation and that we are allowing restaurants to use sometimes the parking spaces across the street in front of them, or the sidewalks, what the width of that sidewalk permits it, that we should revisit our outdoor cafe ordinance and try to see if we can adapt it to certain areas that now they are not included in and there's no permit for them to have any type of seating in the outside of the main building. And can you do that, Mr. Manager?
Certainly.
No?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's I think that would be a good idea, because that way we will have an idea and areas that this could be implemented. And also we'd have to take into consideration, because I do agree with Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, there is lack of parking in many places in the city of Miami. And as that was my argument when, against those parklets, that we were taking parking spaces that they could be from a potential patrons from for other businesses, you see. And but I think it will be convenient for us to analyze the possibility of modifying some of the restrictions that we have.
I see no further discussion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Yes. That motion carries. RE16.
Yes, I'll make the motion, and I have some amendments.
It's been properly moved, seconded by the chair.
Hey, Mr. Chairman?
You recognize, Commissioner.
Yes, I want to include in the comments that are going to be sent to the Army Corps of Engineers, those that comes from DDA. As a matter of fact, we are going to be working with Alan Dodd and developing even some renderings and some ideas, because I'm very concerned about this and how that is going to affect our bay walk, if there is a need still for bay walk. And there's a lot of concern about this, and I think that we need to be part of the design of this wall. I mean, and the Army Corps of Engineers should be. We should provide them with all the feedback that we have received from the neighbors and from professionals that they have commented, all the comments on this. And as a matter of fact, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Russell, we have a deadline for them to receive this comments. Yeah. But what I want to do is I want to include what all the comments that comes from Downtown Development Authority also.
Mr. Chairman?
You recognize.
Do we have those comments, the specific DDA recommendations? Because if so, we can look through them quickly, and if it lines up with everything that we have and just adds to it, versus we just want to make sure we don't contradict ourselves or anything, and I doubt we will.
No,
I haven't seen
the
specific
we are
recommendations, or if they're already incorporated in here, then we're fine. I think we may have already incorporated them here.
We are in last meeting that we decided that we're going to hire an architect, and in order to analyze this and provide with some comments and suggestions. You don't have it yet. What I'm saying is that we will.
Okay.
And we are going to be working directly with hand in hand with Alan Dodd. So we know we're not going to contradict each other. What we're going to do is provide ours and you provide yours, and see if we can find some happy medium with you. Okay?
Madam City Attorney?
Chairman, I just wanted to remind Commissioner Reyes that if any of the DDA comments are coming in, that it has to be before the deadline. Remember?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then, thank you. And then, Vice Chairman, I just wanted to confirm that you were fine with your concern, or you wanted to address it.
I'm going into that in a moment. I wanted to address the DDA situation first and make sure they're taken care of. And then I'll go into some of the wording that might be a little bit crossed on a couple of the items. So if we don't have the specific wording, doesn't the DDA also have the same ability to submit their comments that we do? We're not the local sponsor. We're just commenting officially.
Yeah.
I'm happy for. Go ahead.
Yes, they can. They can submit it on their own.
Absolutely. What I wanted to do, excuse me, Mr. Vice Chair, what I tried to do is to try to get both authority, I mean, the city of Miami and DDA working together, and so we're not going to be contradicting each other.
Yeah.
That we work together, and we are further assisting the city of Miami into all the comments that they have, and have an additional a professional that will also be analyzing and studying the project. That's what we wanted to do, and work together. And we are not going to be working one against each other. I mean, we're not going to be competing for or see who is the one that has the best comments. I mean, we are the same boat, man.
Yeah, of course. But if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So as long as we're on the basic same track, which is not saying completely no, don't do this over our dead body, because it's a very easy knee-jerk reaction to say that when you see the renderings and really see what the potential of their current plan is. I would like to add enough comments and hopefully be at the table in a way to sort of jujitsu their existing plan into a better plan versus scaring them off and it just doesn't happen. So it sounds like at this point the DDA is on board with improving it versus trying to kill it. And if
Absolutely.
That's the case, I think a lot of people in their right mind, in the way it's currently drafted, should want to kill it because it has issues.
Well, let me tell you, I have issues with it because I think that is a horrendous thing that they're going to do. And I mean, a 10, 15 feet wall that is going to surround Old Biscayne Boulevard, and it's going to surround, I mean, and there are a lot of questions that we've been asking, and when we were discussing this in DDA, what's going to happen to our marinas? You see, what's going to happen to Bayside Marina? What is going to happen to all the Didiki Marina? What's going to happen to our marinas if we have a wall? What's going to happen to the Bayview? I mean, people that have bought condominiums and they're going to kill one of the most appealing sites that they are in the city of Miami. That's when you get to Biscayne Boulevard and you watch the bay. You see all the bay. I mean, and all the boats. That is going to be totally blocked by this monstrosity. You see, I think we are in the same boat on that. Okay.
In that respect, yes. So at that point, do we say no, thank you, or we say here's how you make it better? Let's go forward together.
Well, sir, I'm not the person that is going to make the final decision. I think that decision is have to be between all of us and everybody that has, all the stakeholders should have an input in that. Because I am not going to say that in DDA, we are just going to say, hey, we don't want this. I mean, that's why I'm saying that we're going to work together. And anybody that it is, is going to be affected by this should be in the table. You see?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll gladly accept an amendment as the mover that incorporates the DDA's comments after this vote, if submitted before the deadline. If we can receive those comments
Absolutely.
In full, the renderings, whatever is being generated by the DDA, that we have the manager incorporate them in our comments as they get sent out to the Army Corps.
Mr. Sheriff, if I may, we had already been in contact with Alan Dodd, and he is willing to work together, and he's looking forward to work together on this.
Okay, the mover and the seconder will agree to that.
Thank you. So some further amendments, if I could, really quickly, Mr. Chairman. So there's a substitution sheet that sort of enumerates some of the changes that are being made, and I believe that affects the actual list of comments. And one of them actually is incorrect. In the substitution memo, it's number 4, but on the actual list of items, it's number 2. And in the way it's written currently, it says that we have a preference for using private land over state sovereign submerged land for any pumps associated with storm surge barriers. It's actually the opposite. Our preference is that they do not take over Icon Brickell or our park to put in a pump station for the river. That they incorporate that pump with their gate and barrier over the submerged lands of the state. I mean, of the Army Corps or the state. So It's just a swap there. It just got to mix up where it says we have a preference for using private land over state sovereign. We have a preference for using state sovereign submerged land over private land or city parks for any pumps associated. On the next item, number 5 on the list of our comments, it says fully mitigate negative impacts to environmental resources, including silting of underwater corals and grasses during construction. When you dredge to the extent that they would be dredging to create this, it's similar to when the port was dredged, and the silting that's created covers the grasses and it covers corals for a large area, and it can kill those grasses and corals. When we use the verbiage mitigate, they could simply pay to plant other grasses or establish other corals in another place to make up for what has been killed. I would like to include as well preemptive efforts to protect those corals and grasses during the construction to minimize the silting, in addition to whatever mitigating of negative effects that are happening. So it's not just that they pay for the damage done, it's that they actually really take strong steps to not incur the damage. On another item, number 9, we say to avoid impacting stormwater outfalls and associated infrastructure. I think the spirit of that is correct, but it's physically impossible. This wall will be built outside of our stormwater seawall. And so it would involve an entire redesign of our stormwater outfall system. So rather than say avoid impacting, it would say include a complete redesign of our stormwater outfalls for maximum water shedding in an environmental way. One of the largest pollutants in our bay is the actual items that come through our stormwater system from the streets: plastics, microplastics, garbage, chemicals. Sorry, I think I cut off there for a second. So it would be asking them, as they build the seawall, it would obviously have stormwater outfalls in it, that they address the environmental concerns for maximum water flow in an environmental way. And that's number 9. Let me just make sure there's not one other. That's it. Other than that, the comments are comprehensive, I believe. You're on mute, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, I want to know if we have gotten any comments from the Miami River Commission, because they're going to be impacted by this. Let's see what are their comments on it, and how do they feel. I don't know if the director that has Mr. Dutt has been in touch with them. Yeah, and I think we should take into consideration also their comments or their input. See, since this is going to affect all of us. Okay.
Commissioner Allen Dodd,
yes.
Department of Resources Public. We have been receiving a lot of feedback from the DDA, from HOAs and other entities. That will all go into the recommendations. There's a lot of very central themes that are coming from everybody within the city. And so with the staff, we'll be meeting to go over a draft letter, and we will share that with all of your staffs as we try and finalize it. But we are trying to incorporate all of these concerns, knowing that at this point, it's a study, and there will be a lot of work over the next 10 years to go from study, planning, and design.
Yep. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
You recognize.
I apologize. I realized one other potential change. On the change memo, it says, the substitution memo on number 8, it says, eliminate the request that the Army Corps of Engineers provide that any filled land between current seawalls and any new flood walls provide for the ability to plant native plant species to mitigate storm surge. The worry is that it may impact the city's ability to elevate land and build a baywalk at the future date. I don't want to tie our hands in not being able to put in those plantings on the baywalk. In fact, I think our baywalk ordinance and the design standards need updating, because if you go along the baywalk, there is very little shade or natural planting within the baywalk. And I think it can be articulated a lot better to include that. And this is a really good opportunity. So while, yes, we don't want the space between the current seawall and the new flood wall completely filled with only plants, we want the ability, as we incorporate the Baywalk, to include natural planting moments throughout where necessary. So I'd like to make sure that doesn't get eliminated. And that's the only remaining comment I had.
Roger, Commissioner. We'll make sure that we include that in the description of the Baywalk features and the desire to make sure that we have natural vegetation as we're incorporating the Baywalk into that space in between.
Thank you. And for the record, our comments do request that the Biscayne Boulevard wall be moved east of the parks so that the parks are protected, the museums are protected, and we don't have a wall on Biscayne Boulevard. So thank you, Commissioner Reyes, for engaging the DDA on this. Thank you, Director Dodd, for really leading on this and helping me understand everything about it. And I appreciate the support. I'm ready to vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further on readiness, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. RE 17,
And as amended, right, Chairman?
that's correct.
Yes.
I'll move it. RE17.
It's been properly moved.
Sorry.
By the chair. You recognize?
Is Mr. Rose going to walk us through the reallocation as he did with me yesterday in my briefing?
If you'd like him to,
I would.
Mr. Rose.
Through the chair, good afternoon, commissioners. So this is a capital reappropriation. It is not appropriating any new funds. It is, yes, sir.
Do you have a television on?
I believe there may be one in the background. Forgive me. Let me ask them to turn that down. They're getting it for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, should be a little quieter now. So this is a capital reappropriation. It is not appropriating new funds, but it is moving funds around inside the existing capital plan. In particular, it moves funds from one park, the North Point Park on Virginia Key, and instead reallocates $747,000 to the Arthur Lamb bike path, the Arthur Lamb Road bike path, to fund a bike path off of the road. The second thing it does is it goes through a number of closed projects, and we scrape the funds off of those projects that are closed, the funds that remain, and we move them into Fire Station 8 roof replacement and structural repairs. That's $304,000. And we do the same exercise for Lemon City Daycare roof replacement, and that is just short of $80,000. After that, we're moving money around inside of the Department of Real Estate and Asset Management, just projects they have that they're just reallocating from one project to another. And we have about $464,000 that we are moving around inside of District 4 at the request of Commissioner Reyes, just from projects inside of District 4 to other projects inside of District 4. Finally, there are three projects. One is Brickell Avenue, Southeast 15th Road to Southeast 8th Street. That is $540,000 that we are moving around from citywide funds to that project. It is a shovel-ready project that was on the expedite list earlier today that we looked at. And we have then Curtis Park Community Center Design, $450,000, and Armbruster Park Community Center Design, $380,000, that we are moving money from Sewell Park to those two parks because the Sewell Park Seawall project has enough funding in it without this money, and we're moving it to those two projects because they are ready to go on design. And that's everything that the item does.
Are you moving anything specifically from one district, one commission district to another?
Yes, sir. There is one instance of that, and it is funding from the Sewell Park community, the Sewell Park seawall project to the Armbruster Park Community Center design. It's $380,000.
Okay, so that goes from Sewell Park District 1, my district, the one I represent, to District 5 or to District 2?
That's from Sewell Park is in District 1 and
Yes.
Armbruster Park is in District 2. Yes, sir.
In District 2. And these are one of the things that I expressed concern about yesterday, this moving money around. And in particular, when you move money around from poor areas of the city to wealthier areas in the city, that's a big concern. As Commissioner Reyes rightly pointed out, and I think Commissioner Russell did too, this morning's press conference that we held this morning here at City Hall. Miami is a very poor city, and we need to begin to pay attention to the poor parts of Miami. We have a beautiful, beautiful skyline, a beautiful downtown. All the world enjoys it and sees it and says, what a great place Miami is. But Miami has a lot of poverty. And when the administration, any administration, not this particular administration, reallocates funds from, not necessarily from one district to another district, without meeting and talking to the city commissioners, of the duly elected representatives of this city, that's a concern. But a bigger concern is when dollars are shifted from poor areas to wealthier areas. I think that we went yesterday through the entire budget reallocations that you were doing, and there was a substantial amount of dollars being spent on inside District 2 that I remember. We also had broader conversation about what's going to happen next year, with some of the discussions that we're going to have in September about the next year's budget. And there seems to be some decisions that are made without the proper input from different commissioners about how it impacts their districts and how they could perhaps find a more equitable solution to the reallocation of these dollars for the people that really need it in the city of Miami. There has to be a better way to do this. We can avoid the parochialism that exists. People, well, I want more for my district. It's logical. You're going to want more for your district because you represent it, and everybody wants more for the district. There's a question of equity and a question of fairness here. And to take money from Sewell Park, which is a park that's in complete disrepair, and put it into a community center in a wealthier district, it bothers me. It really does. The whole process bothers me. But this is a specific example of why it bothers me. I think we have to have a broader discussion of these reallocations before they actually happen, before they come to this commission, where the administration meets with the individual commissioner and says, well, I think every commissioner here wants to do what's fair and what's equitable and what's right for the entire city. And besides the fact that there is some parochialism in all of us, everyone that's familiar with the city of Miami knows that District 1 is a very poor district that needs a lot of work and a lot of help. And it's really hard for me to justify, not only because I'm from District 1 and because I represent District 1, for anyone that's a city of Miami resident to justify taking money away from Sewell Park or any park, which we have. We don't have a pool in our district other than the private pool that people go to in Grapeland Park, or can go to, they can afford it. And, to take away from District 1, from a park that needs a lot of work, and take it to District 2. That's a concern. So I'm not going to blow the whole thing up. I just want to express a concern. I don't like the way it's done. I was telling the administration yesterday that I've said many times since I got here from Tallahassee, or from my years in Tallahassee, that every time I get Tallahassee flashbacks, it always happens during the budget process. Last minute amendments, last minute reallocations, new dollars are found here and taken away from this and sent over there. It's sort of a shell game that happens in Tallahassee all the time. And I would have to be very vigilant all the time. Sometimes at 2 or 3 in the morning, sometimes you will go to bed with $2 million in your district and wake up in the morning and it was gone. And that kind of shell game, that kind of moving money around. And I have some great stories that I won't bore you with about some of those situations that people went to have dinner, and and have a joke that one guy said, well, you just had $100 million lobster because you went to have a lobster dinner, but they took $100 million away from your project, from your budget, your overall budget. So these are the things that concern me. And every time this happens, and now in this new government that I'm serving in, I still see the same kind of thing happening. It's just I guess it's a bureaucratically efficient way of doing things, but a lot of people are hurt in that process. And I think it really requires that the debate take place in a public forum where all commissioners are involved and included before these dollars are reallocated. I'll tell you, Mike, what's happened to me with this reallocation. I didn't have a meeting with Mr. Rose, nor was a meeting offered about, hey, we're going to take this money away from Sewell Park. I found out about this yesterday in the briefing. And that's only what you know. I think did you cover everything that was moved around, Mr. Rose, in your presentation to us?
Yes, sir, I did.
You covered every specific project.
Yeah, we did talk yesterday about the expedite list as well, and there may be some other projects that you're thinking of on that's not getting new appropriations or moving things around, but that was already that was the expedite list from a different item today.
Right, and that when's that item? Did that item come up already?
Forgive me, I don't remember the name of the number on the item, but I'll find it momentarily.
It passed already, Commissioner.
Yes, I knew it passed already, and at the time, you know, I didn't want to have the debate because we talked about future allocations of what we're going to do, the Miami Forever money, that item. I didn't want. We had the discussion yesterday with the administration at length. We had a pretty, I think, Mr. Noriega, you will agree, it was a pretty lengthy briefing yesterday. I think it was like 3.5 hours.
Record-breaking briefing.
It was a record-breaking, really?
But it didn't.
Oh. Well, I finally broke a record in the city of Miami. That's good to know. But you know, and so that was a concern. I didn't want to have the same discussion that we had yesterday earlier, because I think we have a lengthy agenda and there are other issues that are. I saw how long the public comments took. It took a whole morning and into the afternoon. I didn't want to have the lengthy discussion, but I wanted to make the point. I wanted to wait till we got to the point of the moving money around debate or conversation, even though it's not a heck of a lot of money. When we have the budget shortfall that we already know we have, and it's going to get worse, I think, that we need to be careful how we spend our dollars, and we need to be careful that if we're going to have limited dollars to spend, that we spend it with the people that need it the most. This kind of, foresees what the discussion we're going to have about Mr. Russell's proposal, or what he sponsored from the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, of how all these things that we do in a tight economic climate need to be means tested. It needs to be based on merit, on who needs it the most. And we really have to be careful and take a second look at all these things, especially in the economic times that we're going through right now, that are only going to get worse. So keep that in mind as we move forward. I don't know if any of the commission has any opinion on this or wants to express it. Those are my thoughts on this matter.
Vice Chairman, Commissioner Reyes, and then Commissioner Guerrero. You're muted.
Commissioner Russell, you're muted.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz-Portillo, your point is very well taken. And nobody wants to wake up and see suddenly monies have been shifted out of their district. I think that we have enough things to push and pull about with the projects we fight for, our districts we fight for, that we certainly don't need the administration adding to that when things get shuffled that we didn't actually steer. I certainly did not request a movement from District 1 Sewell Park seawall reconstruction into the Armbruster Park Community Center design, but I know that they're trying to find the easiest way to move things, and maybe there's a whole story behind that seawall for why it's not moving forward, but that money should have been brought to you first before going out of the district, because maybe you have another initiative from a capital perspective that's there for. So I absolutely empathize with that, and I know what that feels like. That being said, this Armbruster Park is also in a it's in the West Grove, so it's in a community of need for sure. So it's not going to a wealthy park, but I would like to make this good, especially in this moment. So if there is a different sort of shift that would make more sense for these funds, I'm very much open to it. I recognize what you're talking about.
Well, I would think that, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Is that the only shift from one district to another?
There are several. A lot of them are shifted to create the Lemon City daycare roof repair. Came from various districts, I believe.
Okay, but the Lemon City.
Chris, if you can re-explain the reason why, because you explained at the beginning why those projects were the money was shifted from those projects to the Lemon City roof repair, because those projects were basically dead in the water.
Be happy to. So again, that is the only one that is specifically from one district to another. The Lemon City and the Fire Station 8, those were both projects that we went through the whole list, all districts, citywide, everything, and found projects that were complete but still had funding available. And that's why you can see so many different line items that are used to fund those two projects. So those were projects that were done, and we swept it and we put it into the need at Fire Station 8 and the need at Lemon City Daycare. But the only one that is specifically picked up and moved from one district to another is that one from Sewell.
So I would like to offer an amendment to keep the District 1's money inside District 1 and not to shift those dollars out of Sewell Park. If that's okay with you, Commissioner Russell, I think you expressed that it is okay with you. And just and then we'll have plenty of opportunities to have conversations about, you know, how we allocate dollars or reallocate dollars or move dollars around moving forward. But I would like to keep the money in the little amount of money that District 1 has in District 1. So I want to offer an amendment to that effect.
Second that motion at the appropriate time.
Allow
Thank you.
Commissioner Russell to finish his statement, then Commissioner Reyes, and then, like I said, Commissioner Cardio.
Thank you. So,
It's,
Commissioner Russell? Thank you. So, absolutely agreed, Commissioner. I believe it should stay in your district, and if you have another project that it should go to, that's absolutely fine. So that creates a hole on the Armbruster Park within this budget. I'd like to see that a further amendment to fill that hole using the Arthur Lamb. It's Parks Impact Fees, District 2. There's a cycle track being designed for Arthur Lamb Road. As you know, there was a fatality at an intersection on Arthur Lamb Road in this past month. And over a year ago, there was another injury on that road. And at that time, just about a year and a half ago, we implemented yield signs on the road. And I wrote to the administration at that time that I did not think the yield signs were sufficient in order to make that intersection safe. They, at that time, had put forward the design idea for the cycle track, but with such a funding shortfall for it and getting county approval for it, it wasn't going into fruition. At that time, what I wanted was just a more robust traffic calming around that intersection. And since this fatality, the administration has now done that. They've done it very quickly. Not only were speed bumps put in, but stop signs were put in. And I believe that at this point sufficiently makes that intersection safe. We can always make the place more amenable to cyclists, but I think we've addressed the safety issue on that. So I'd like to take the $380,000 out of the $747 that was allocated to the Arthur Lamb Road bike path and move that into that Armbruster Park Community Center design. And so that'll create, I think the Arthur Lamb, even still at 747, is not fully funded. So it'll still have a shortfall. We'll just have to find that gap, fill that gap over the coming time. But I am satisfied that that intersection at least should be safe at this point. But I don't want to see the Armbruster Park and the West Grove community not go further on their design for a community center. Is that a amendment to take care of?
Absolutely.
Commissioner Diaz-Laportia's situation?
I would accept the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Just so we're clear, the 747 that was going to be reappropriated for Arthur Lamb Road bike path was going to fully fund design and construction of the bike path. So we will not have that fully funded at this time. But that is a choice that we can prioritize. So we can absolutely make the amendments that are on the floor.
Just for a clarification, I was told that was a $1 million bike path.
No, there was a project originally that was about $1.4 million that was milling and resurfacing of the road and a bike path. This has pulled the bike path out only. And so the bike path itself was the $747,000 that is proffered before you today.
Got it. Yeah, so I would like to pull the 380 out so that Armbruster Park Community Center is funded, and we'll work on prioritizing the Arthur Lamb bike path down the road.
Yes, sir.
Chris, how much is going to be left in that money?
Let's see. $367,000, sir.
Well, what I'd like to do is place a third amendment into the original amendment with the amendment that Commissioner Russell placed in the original one, that the remaining dollars there go into either one of 4 projects or parks that are ready to go in District 3. District 3 is the district that has the least parks in the whole city. As you all know, Commissioner Diaz wasn't here then when the last amount was given out from the bond issue. We were under Army rule, so I got cut out in District 3. Since we're not under Army command anymore,
You're getting slow, Mr. Chair.
The amount that is left there is minimal to make up for what District 3 was not given before. And there's 4 parks that are ready to go right now. So I make that amendment that the remaining money goes into District 3 for any one of those parks of the choosing of the Parks Department, and the first one they could start putting the shovels in.
You need a second on it, or it'll have to be accepted by the?
Hey,
Commissioner Russell?
yes, I believe we just had a really good discussion about not taking monies from one district to another as much as possible as we can. So I made a very significant concession to make sure District 1's money remained solid, potentially at the expense of a park in the West Grove. So now I've tried to fill that hole. But we certainly do have parks issues and needs. So for this one to get completely emptied out from the Arthur Lamb Road bike path, that was originally intended for Virginia Key North Point Park design enhancements and improvements. So it would be taking it out of Virginia Key completely, out of District 2 completely. And so it would create more than what did you say, Chris? $350,000 gap. So I'd like to analyze that more carefully to see where it's going. If you don't have specifics for where it's going, I want to hold on to it because I certainly would.
I have specifics, but I understand what you said. My understanding was that money was not original District 2 money. Was it original or not?
It is. It is.
It is original, Chris?
Yes, sir. It was originally District 2 money. Yes, sir.
Well, then I will take back my motion because that's not my intent to do that. Even though District 2, because it's the richest district, is the one with the most the best parks, and therefore it usually gets the lion's share of the city's dollars.
Mm-hmm.
That has to be balanced into the future of how we allocate. But
I appreciate that, Commissioner.
It was not my intention to take monies from one district. So I will withdraw that resolution. I was under the impression that that was money that had been placed into that park. But do let me say this, that the problem that I have with Virginia Key, and especially that mound for those fast bikes and so on, is that the vast majority of the people that go there are not City of Miami residents. Many come from Key Biscayne, others come from other well-to-do areas outside of the City of Miami. But we're putting all this money into Virginia Key for them. So this is something that we're going to have another discussion to the future also. Last but not least, Commissioner Diaz-Portilla, you began your discussion with the words, there's got to be a better way. You know who said those words? It was the movie called The Candidate, Robert Redford, and he won the election.
So that may be a very good sign for us, right, Commissioner Torres? There has to be a better way.
Got to be a better way.
That's all he said. He won the election just by.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I think we have an amended motion.
I thought I was not muted. Chris, you had something?
Yes, Commissioners, I have one amendment that the mayor has asked me to make as well, but I've taken good notes on what Commissioner Diaz-Portilla and Commissioner Russell have noted, and we will make those amendments if it passes as such. The mayor has asked me to make an amendment also on Exhibit A of item RE 17 by adding another line with funding coming from the mayor's general roadway projects and from the general project of mayor's parks, streets, and lighting improvements, $250,000 from each. This is the funding that the mayor's office received in the mid-year budget amendment, similar to what each of the commission offices received as well. And it would go to a project with a B number 48203-610, which is Southwest 5th Street, Southwest 5th Street from 29th Avenue to 32nd Avenue. And it's a reconstruction of a road there. And the mayor asked me, and I believe it was at the concurrence of Commissioner Reyes as well. But that would be an amendment that the mayor asked me to place on the floor as well.
May I explain what it is? This is a project that was started by the mayor when he was a district commissioner, District 4, and it has to do with enhancement of a little park there that's called Coronel Park and the streets and that goes from Coronel Park to 32nd Avenue. There was a project that was one of these old projects. He started it. I'm finishing it.
Okay, so let's clarify then what the changes are on the record. So that we're all clear. Because do we have a motion in a second, Mr. Clerk? I'm not sure there was a motion in a second. I know there's been some friendly amendments, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think
Yes, there was a motion by Commissioner Russell, seconded by Chair Hardiman at 4:30.
Right.
And the amendments that have been proffered are friendly amendments, and they have been accepted by the mover and seconder.
Wonderful. Then you captured it then.
Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, R18, I have some questions in this. Can the administration explain what is this money going to be used for and exactly what areas it's going to be used in? And what is the amount that we have sitting in the bank right now?
Commissioner Alan Dutt from the Department of Resilience and Public Works. The project is for doing roadway milling and resurfacing, pavement markings, high emphasis crosswalks, and then most importantly, the green pattern pavement and bicycle boxes to create the bicycle lanes. The boundaries, it will be on Miami Avenue and Northeast 1st Avenue from Southeast 2nd Street to Northwest 11th Terrace, and then on 6th Street and 5th Street from Northeast 2nd Ave to Northwest 3rd Ave.
Okay. The bulk of what we're doing has to be because of the bike path, I would assume, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Here's the problem that I have. If we were be under normal times, pre-COVID-19, while I don't necessarily see the need for a lot of this, I wouldn't have questioned anything and would have gotten along with it. But knowing that we're facing a tremendous hole in our budget for next fiscal year, and we're going to have to make some real tough decisions very, very soon. I need to have this money that's sizable, I believe is close to $1 million we have in the pot, go to the general fund to plug up that deficit that we have. There is one small problem, and that is with when the ordinance was made from where this money is coming from the scooters. I believe, and someone's going to have to confirm that to me, the city attorney, that we had to use it for some of these type of projects. So I would ask the administration, if there's a majority that will support it, to bring up a new ordinance that we could change it so we could use this money for the general fund. And this would be a quick way to plug that deficit by almost another $1 million. And I will do this across the board with anything that I find. And Chris and I have been having conversations, the manager too, and I've been pointing out to a lot of dollars, including from our own offices, that we need to start using to plug the deficit that we're having. Otherwise, it's going to be real painful, and I don't want to go into hurting the employees that all have been affected, like every one of our residents too, by this pandemic.
Is there anyone?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You wanna ask?
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Carollo, I'm with you on our horizon. Our financial horizon right now is it can be grim. And I know that the administration is doing everything they can with what has been handed to them, the pie that we have right now. But I know what you're doing, and in terms of trying to make more pie, and I'm doing the same thing. And I know all of us are trying to find new sources of funding wherever we can, including the federal government. And that's something that I know each of us in our own way are trying to encourage that the federal government help us as we try to help our community. We need the help from our federal government. And so we're left in that short time to try to plug those holes. The scooter program, even though on pause right now, has shown itself to be a lucrative program for the city if we manage it correctly. And it can continue to be that golden goose if it continues to happen. But the hardship I've had keeping the program alive, even with my own constituents, because the folks that ride the scooters aren't necessarily the folks I hear from or that vote for me or us. So many of the HOAs have had a lot of problems with the scooters. And for this whole time, this entire year, we've generated this $1 million through the scooter program. Our promise to them was that it will fund the lanes that get those scooters off the sidewalks. It'll make it safer so the program continue without being dangerous for the elderly, for the people walking a baby or a dog, and pedestrians in general. So here we are, we've generated the money, and now it's being matched with another $1 million from the county to improve both city and county streets in downtown and Brickell to make them safer for cyclists, scooters, and pedestrians as a whole. I really feel that we would be betraying the entire program and the way the funding source was created if we don't do this. And we'll be losing that the other $1 million that the county is bringing to the program. And so I get it that this is not the moment to be worried about bike lanes when we're facing an economic crisis within the city. But I think there's a timeliness to this as the county is ready to go with their project. And by us bringing our portion, it completes the gap and we could have these bike lanes all fixed and safe by the end of the year, is my understanding. So I'll be glad to work with you on further funding sources. But I'm going to ask the commission to please, for this moment and until that scooter program expands or the RFP issues, the money that's been generated in it was codified to be spent for this purpose in this location. And I don't think we should go back on that.
Mr. Chair.
We recognize Reyes and then the senator.
Hey, and I do understand what Commissioner Carrillo is doing, and I think it's absolutely right that we have to find every single penny that we have and send back, take it to the, and try to reduce the deficit that we are facing now. But I supported this and PTA not because of the scooters. You know how I feel about the scooters. I think that they are very dangerous, and I will vote always against them. But this money which is $900,000, which is not $1 million as it states here, that it will enhance and will fix the bike path. In downtown Miami now, there's a lot of people that, particularly now that we have with this COVID, and people that are going to work in downtown Miami and live in downtown Miami, they are constantly they're increasing the use of bicycles. And besides that, in this bikeways which we have now, this is this bikeways is what are used by the motorcycles, electric motorcycles that have been they're using in order for that was an ordinance that we passed here or resolution to allow the delivery of Federal Express and that we want to get all of them into it. And instead of using those trucks that they will block traffic, and they reduce the amount of road available for people that are going to their work because they park in the middle. And if we are going to increase these e-bike deliveries, instead of using the trucks, the delivery trucks, we need this road, to be enhanced and to be, I would say, rebuilt. And that's why we at the DPA, we supported this.
I'm sorry, I think I missed your fact that downtown Miami was becoming more like China or Cuba with the bikes. But
no.
Maybe that's what you're getting. I don't know.
No. Never like downtown in Cuba or India, but to that effect, we don't have the rich ass.
That's for a handful of people in the streets painting our stashes. We're asking.
No. What I am more concerned, Commissioner Carrillo, it's in having the way, the pathway for those delivery electric bikes that has been used in lieu of the trucks that go and they deliver it.
Well, I hope someone is going to take into consideration and look out for those that drive cars in downtown Miami, because that's the biggest need that I see, a lack of lanes. You have one lane dedicated to buses only. Now we're going to be putting more space for bicycles that, frankly, every time I'm in downtown Miami, I'm not there as much as some of you are, but I just don't see that usage on bicycles in downtown Miami.
But this is going to repair, more than build. You see, it's going to be repairing more than 160 ones, the ones that are existing. And as a matter of fact, this pilot program that we have with the e-bikes has been very I think that I've been very successful at, and they are all the companies. You see, the liver companies that they want to also use the same system. That system has been used even by Amazon in China. I mean, in India. You see, that would, and what it does is ease the traffic in downtown Miami by taking out of downtown Miami the delivery trucks. You see, that is the main concern that I have about this, and it's not because of the skateboards. Or I don't feel I'm not too fond, as you will know, Commissioner, of skateboards. I consider them to be dangerous. But this is my support is based on that.
Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The irony is not lost on me, Commissioner Russell, that I was the one that gave you the third vote to pass to continue to keep your scooter program alive, and that now those dollars are, everybody wants those dollars to be used. The problem that I have, and I concur with Commissioner Carollo, is that we are in very, very difficult economic times. In the previous item that we discussed, we had I talked about the amount of poverty that we have in our city, the disparity in income that exists here. And as we enter these difficult economic times, we can all see what's going to happen. We can all see the future is not a bright one economically for our city. And to spend $900,000 plus, almost $1 million on a bike lane, and I think what that concerns me. I think it's the wrong priorities. We need to save everywhere we can. We need to find ways, as Commissioner Carollo said, to fill that $25 million hole that we have. And this would not be the right time to give $1 million or close to $1 million, in my opinion, for a bike path. We've had a lot of discussion about bike paths today, and that I think bike paths are valuable. I think they're important. Exercise is good, but I don't think that's a priority of the city of Miami. Should be the priorities. The city of Miami should be the things that city of Miami should have as a first priority. But that concerns me. The other concern I have is it's perhaps a question first, and then I'll express a concern if I get the answer I expect. Are these county roads or city roads that we're fixing? What percentage are county? What percentage are city? Mr. Noriega.
The ratio, and Alan can back me up on this, I believe it's 55% county, 45% city.
Correct.
Okay. So we're giving the county, the same county that's not giving us our fair share or anywhere near that, the $474 million of CARES Act dollars. We're giving them $1 million to help them build, when we're in dire economic straits here in the city of Miami, to help them build a bike lane or bike path. To me, that's just the wrong priority, to be honest with you. I supported the scooter program, and and its extension. Again, I think I voted for it twice, even though I have major concerns about the safety issues. And I know we're working with the administration to sort of figure out how that RFP is going to look like. But I supported the program because we needed additional revenues for the city of Miami. And the only reason I supported it, really, to be honest with you, was because we were entering the pandemic. We already were forecasting the budgetary shortfalls we were going to have. And I'm thinking of things that can generate at the time, and now more than ever, of course, how we can generate additional dollars for our city. And I'm looking at revamping our mural ordinance, for example. Our murals are a number of things that can generate additional dollars for our city. We're looking for all those kind of revenue streams, right? The reason why I supported that scooter program was for that reason. But to be used for a bike lane, had you told me back then, hey, do a program that you don't totally believe in, support a program, be the swing vote on a program you don't totally believe in so that we can generate dollars. Oh, and now we're going to use those dollars to build a bike path for the county. That's not, I would have voted no. I would say no, absolutely not. Perhaps in the future, I'll say, well, when dollars are going to be generated by this scooter program, I want to know where those revenues are going to be spent. And if it's not going to be spent in the areas that really need it, and it's going to be spent on bike lanes, I'm going to vote no. And that's a concern. We have to get our priorities straight. We are in dire economic times. We are going to see a lot of people hurting in this city. And we should not be spending our dollars, our precious dollars, on bike lanes. Obviously, I'm voting no.
Commissioner Reyes. You're on mute, sir.
You're muted, Commissioner.
Okay, I do understand your point, Commissioner, but we have, what I'm defending here, it is a pilot program that we have that is going to generate funds, because this pilot program, after the first year, we're going to have licensing, and that licensing is going to generate, I guess, a little bit more than the scooters. And then right now, DHL is using the e-cargo bikes, in order to move real fast and real quick in downtown Miami using those bike lanes. And they are in, through the company, which is Reeve. Now they are talking with Federal Express. They're talking with all the companies that they're going to use it. And once this pilot program, we find, because it's been very successful, we are going to be charging license fees to those companies in order to be able to move in downtown Miami. You see, and the benefit of that, it's not only the economics that in the future could bring, it's also the accessibility of downtown Miami without those delivery trucks right in the middle of the traffic lane. They're blocking traffic and holding the people that are going to work and people that are going to go to do business there, holding them back. You see, to navigate downtown Miami because of those delivery trucks becomes very difficult. You see, sometimes in the morning and in the afternoon. And that is why I am in favor of this, because I know that we are going to need the path for those e-cargo bikes to move around. You see, it is not that we are going to be like China or like any other place, because if it is a person that has always argued that Miami will never be a pedestrian or a bike city, has been me since day one, because there are a couple of there is a big constraint for that is called weather. You see, if you think that you can come from Southwest 8th Street and 27th Avenue and bike your way into Biscayne Boulevard and 36th Street because you work there and you think the people are going to do that, you will find one or two persons that will do it, but massive bicycles, people bicycling and go back and forth from work. No, this is not Amsterdam. This is not a Rotterdam. No, this is not. If it is not raining, the sun is real hot, you see. But the type of delivery that we are, that we're implementing now in downtown Miami is beneficial, not only for businesses in downtown Miami, it's also for patrons of those businesses, that it will to reach their destination will be easier when you don't have those traffic congestions that is caused by most of the delivery trucks that we have there, and that is the only way that. And also, there are some people that live in downtown Miami that they use the bike lanes. Okay.
I'm sorry, because I had sort of closed my comments, but he raised a question. Commissioner Reyes raised a question, and maybe the manager can answer for me. You talked about FedEx trucks and the e-cargo bikes. My understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, but my understanding is these bike lanes have nothing to do with the FedEx trucks. So FedEx trucks can't drive in these bike lanes. And the e-cargo. Well, hold on. I'm talking about these specific lanes. I'm not talking about the accessibility issue and the rest of the program. That I understand. That I think it's an excellent program to not have them park in the middle of the street. So that's a different program that I support. But this particular road designation or bike lane designation that we're giving the county $1 million to do has nothing to do with the FedEx trucks or the e-cargo bikes. I don't think the delivery problem is in that corridor, and I don't think that they use those. I think these bike lanes are just bike lanes for people to bike.
That's right,
and drive the scooters, right? So the question is to Mr. Noriega, is it these bike lanes are for the e-cargo bikes and the trucks, or are these for people riding scooters or people riding the regular bike? Because it makes a difference in my decision here.
They all use it.
I don't think so. I think the pilot,
Well, I mean, we have a pilot in place now for the e-cargo bikes. They're functioning without the modified bike lanes now. So they're operating. I'm not sure one really has a correlation with the other. The bike lane proposal that's on this as part of this reso is for a dedicated bike lane. It's intended for bikes and or scooters. Obviously, scooters could certainly use them as well. But the e-cargo pilot is functioning as a standalone project. It's not really.
But they are using
That's a big
the bike
difference.
lanes. They are using the bike lanes.
yes, but this program,
No, I do understand, but what I'm saying is this could enhance that project. You see?
But I think, Mr. Chair, I think that this particular corridor that we're talking about, discussing in this item, because I want to make it clear, I'm very supportive of your proposal of the e-cargo bikes for downtown. I think that was a great proposal. And because you're right, the trucks that are parked in the middle of the street, it's just a hindrance to people moving and to mobility. So I'm completely supportive of the e-cargo program that you propose and of your solutions to a lot of downtown's problems with accessibility. I'm completely supportive of that. So I wanted for this to be misconstrued as I'm not supporting that program. This is different. This particular item is for bike lanes for people to ride their bike in a particular sector in North Miami Avenue, whatever the roads are. And this is to give $1 million to Miami-Dade County. Tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager. It's important because there's a clear distinction here between the e-cargo bikes and the scooters and regular bikes. This is to give Miami-Dade County a little bit over $900,000 to do a bike lane for regular bikers and for scooters. Is that what this is?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, Commissioner.
So then I will vote against it because I do not believe that we should be spending close to $1 million so bikers and how I said it, I'll repeat it again. I think it merits repeating that we cannot be spending in the kind of budget shortfall that we have close to $1 million so people can create a bike lane in Miami, anywhere in Miami, my district or any other district.
Okay.
And for scooters that are not even running right now. I think there are more immediate needs that we need to deal with. If this would impact the e-cargo program, that's a different conversation.
That was what I was saying.
But if it doesn't, then I got to vote against it because I'm not going to go on record as supporting bike lanes over people or bike lanes over parks or bike lanes over the things that I think are the real necessities that we have in the city of Miami during these economic times.
What I was trying to say, Commissioner, is that all these bike lanes could very well, benefit the expansion of the cargo bikes. And now that there are all the companies that are coming in, that if we have the infrastructure, you see, it would be more attractive to them. That is my opinion. I mean, I might be wrong, but that is my opinion. I think that because I believe that the final objective of this pilot program is not only implement this in downtown Miami, do it along and in other areas that, just for example, in Crowway is a mess with all those delivery trucks over there. And well, that's why that was my argument. My argument is that we can enhance or increase this pilot program and use the infrastructure that has been created, which is there.
Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. It is a robust debate, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you're going to end up being the swing vote on this issue because it sounds like it's a 2-2. Here's the case that I'd like to make. We're not giving money to the county for county roads. This is a bicycle master plan, which is 10 years delinquent. And many people have been injured and died on bicycles in the city of Miami for lack of having that infrastructure. And so the whole premise on which I was willing to support the scooter program was that it solves this problem and the problem that's created by the scooters. And so we will have betrayed everyone who supported the concept of the scooter when we passed that ordinance, saying that money would be spent on this. And that was codified in the pilot program. we're going to kill that golden goose, because this program can actually continue to generate $1 million a year for the city of Miami that we don't have to pull from other places to help fix our sidewalks, roads, our cycle infrastructure. We can't ignore the cycle infrastructure. People will continue to die. And we're very, very fortunate that no one in the full time of the pilot program died on a scooter under our program that I know of. And so I believe it should be spent in this way, in this moment. As we go to the RFP and look beyond, we can broaden where the scooters can ride, how the monies can be used. But this pilot program, as it now is come to an end, we should honor where that money was meant to be spent. And if we don't, I know I can never find the support to restart the scooter program. Nor would I want to restart the scooter program if we're not going to spend the money the way we said we would and how it should be spent. So I'm asking for your support, Commissioner Hardiman, on the swing here, so that in this particular case, this pulls full circle the entire battle of scooters over this last couple of years, and at least, even for those who don't like the scooters, there's a silver lining that the money was spent correctly in mitigating those issues.
Mr. Chair?
So, Commissioner Reyes and Commissioner Diaz-Lopez.
What I'm saying is this project, we are not giving $900,000 to the county. The county is placing, $1.4 million. And also the roads, half of those roads are ours. You see, we're doing our roads. Those roads are ours. I think that I am, as I said before, I'm not fond of the scooters. I don't like them. I think that they are extremely dangerous. There is an accident waiting to happen. Yep. But since we have this money here, I think that just as bicycles, we need to have some lanes that people that ride bicycles, that they be safe. And I also think that we can enhance in this project, with this pilot program, into other areas of downtown Miami, not only that have been constrained now to around First Street and Flagler and Biscayne Boulevard. We can enhance it, and that is my point.
Commissioner Diaz-Lopez.
No, Mr. Chair, I'll let you make your comments, and maybe if I like your comments, I won't say anything else. If I don't like your comments, I may add something at the end. I gotta see where you're going. But I know since you represent another poor district as I do, that you understand our priorities are different in District 5 and in District 1 than they are perhaps in some of the other districts, and that $1 million is a heck of a lot of money to spend on something that probably should not be a priority. I think you also understand that I never would have voted for the scooter program when we were entering the pandemic had I known that these monies were going to be misspent this way or spent on bike lanes, on things that should not be priorities for the city of Miami right now. And I probably, if you comes back before us, probably, if I know that that's going to happen again, I'll probably vote against it and the funding will be gone. Because the fact of the matter is that that's not where I want the money spent. And I don't think that anybody that knows the communities are hurting in this city should be spending those dollars on bike lanes.
Well, let me.
That's not to try to influence your opinion, Mr. Chairman.
No, right.
But yeah, a little prodding is important. I am allowed to lobby publicly here, so I'm lobbying you here. I think it's important.
Well, yeah,
I know you've always known your priorities, and I know you'll know them now too.
Just have a final word. You know, I know that you, as well as I, and that we understand that we are in a very poor city. And if we could, instead of, use this money instead of for the bike lanes, and then let's use it to help those people that are suffering now. I might go for it. You see, I will say, okay, let's direct these funds with the commitment that as soon as everything start going. We go back to normal and we get some additional funds and we replenish our general funds, then we will take, we will take action on these bike lanes. I know that we are in a moment of crisis, you see, and people should realize that we're in a moment of crisis. But if we are going to move this into parks and things like that, I don't agree with it.
Commissioner Carollo.
My statement stands I believe we should put this in the general fund. I mean, I could be very politically correct and say that we could use it for stuff that we're all going to love and that will definitely be helpful to our community, but it'll be gone. And what I'm trying to do is find the dollars from places that it's not going to hurt our people, our residents, our employees, so we can plug that hole. And this is one of them. I'm going to tell you all now, there's not that many places we could go to. So the more that we brush aside different pots that we might be able to go from, the more painful it's going to be for us to balance our budget. Now, you mentioned something, Commissioner Reyes, that I think makes sense, that you'll vote for this. If we will then, once the economy gets better, our budget gets better down the road, that we come back and find the funds to be able to do this project. I would be in favor of that. And I will say that I am sure that whoever the commissioner is going to be in District 5 from the county will still be bringing forth the county side of the dollars. Maybe they'll bring even more where we might not have to put as much or anything at all. So if you'll be willing to go along with that motion, I could certainly support it.
Well,
and if not, I have another motion that I'll make.
well, I will go along with it if this funds, the $900,000, are used to help people that we might increase the amount of money that people that are being evicted could use these funds for those as an assistance, people that will be evicted or people that are losing their jobs or businesses in other areas that now they are hurting because of lack of due to the constraints that we have, particularly small restaurants, that they cannot. So there are some restaurants that they don't have spaces that they don't have enough capacity. They cannot serve inside, and they don't have a sidewalk or any place that they can serve any food. I'm willing to divert these funds for them. And some of them are in downtown Miami. Yes, I'm willing to divert this with the covenant that once we go back to normal, etc. And let me tell you that I agree with Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla. I know that economic recovery is going to be a long process, and it's going to be a painful process, and then that is due to the fact of the structure of our economy. You see, we have a service economy that it will take a long time in order for us to start getting people back in Miami Beach, and all of that. I know that. But if we have that covenant that we go and we take care of this, I'm willing to go along and use those funds to help those people that are hurt. And I will suggest it could be those small restaurants and in downtown Miami, you see, and other areas.
We're getting closer now, I think. Can I suggest, Commissioner, that we use the wording that will bridge the wording that of what I said, general fund, and what you're saying, to some extent, that we will put this money in the general fund, instructing the manager to be used in the general fund in ways that we will be spending dollars to further alleviate the pain that COVID-19 has caused.
Let me say this, gentlemen. I think we kind of have an issue, and I know Madam City Attorney may want to touch on this, but I believe in the Section 8-12, the motorized scooter fee, that it speaks directly to the issue of where that money should be spent during the pilot program time, and I believe it says that it should be spent on the sidewalk area and those street improvements within the pilot program area. And so that's an ordinance that's already on the books about where that money is supposed to be spent. Another thing I want to say is that, I'm fairly confident that we're going to get additional dollars from Miami-Dade County through the CARES Act to be able to spend to further expand our programs that we want to have for housing, for businesses, etc. Right now on the table, the city is looking at around, the last draft that was passed to us. We should have a response now back from our county mayor about what he's going to be proposing to the county commission. But our fight is for between 40 and 60 or so $1 million that will come to the city of Miami that we can use to help combat the issues that we face because of the COVID-19 virus. I'll tell you this. I'm a motorcycle rider. I have a 1977 Schwinn, and I hate scooters. The scooters, the problem that I have with scooters, and the vice chairman knows this, but the problem that I have with scooters is that the riders tend to be less skilled than motorcycle riders. They don't have training, and they don't follow the same. Generally, they don't follow the same levels of safety that motorcycle riders do. Now, I know everyone sees motorcycle riders do some crazy things, but those are typically outliers. Generally, motorcycle riders tend to know the danger that they're in when they're on that two-wheel machine. And so because of that, I've seen a lot of accidents that are really safety-related accidents because someone is riding a scooter who just doesn't understand basic safety. They do a lot of silly things that get them hurt. And in my district, we improved the alleyways throughout my entire district. And what it gave us is a way to traverse the city safely. It was kind of like my little, what we call the underline project, and where we improved the alleyways, we striped bike lanes, we put lighting, and it made a big difference in safety. People walk through those alleyways, people exercise in those alleyways. They do a lot of different things in those alleyways. And so in this, I completely understand the necessity of having the ability to traverse our streets on a bicycle. I think that the only way that we solve our issues is by giving people an opportunity to travel through our city by different means comfortably, right? I do not think that bikes and scooters should be on the same lane of traffic, though. I think that's problematic. But I certainly believe that bikes should have their own lane, that people should feel safe riding those bikes to go from place to place. Because the last time that I rode my bike, when I rode my bike on the street, I feel safer on a motorcycle than I do on a bicycle. Because the helmet that I'm wearing on the bicycle, the way that I'm impeding traffic, if you will, on a bicycle, because no motorcyclist really, no car driver really understands the law when it comes to, it seems to be that when it comes to bicyclists and how bicyclists should use the lane. And so I think there's just a lot of issues that makes it very difficult for bicycles and cars to be sharing the same lane. Now, I also understand the issues that we're facing with our deficit. But this money seems to be designated for a certain use, right? The question is, are we in a position right now that we need to make an amendment to the motorized scooter ordinance to create an opportunity to use that money elsewhere? Or do we follow through on our initial promise to use the money as we've defined it and use it for this instance, and then moving forward, decide how we want to do it, any other way? I think it's a tough issue, and I completely see Commissioner Carollo's point. I completely see the senator's point, but I also see the chairman's point in this. And so, I'm torn on this one because I certainly believe that we should do what we can to make our streets more safe for those who want to travel on foot or on bicycle and even on scooters. But at the same time, we do have a responsibility of making sure that our budgets are balanced. So maybe a in between. Well, I mean, this is not. I'll hold that part back, and just to hear the comments of Commissioner Carollo, because right now, since the Commissioner Carollo is against this idea as well, maybe this is an item that could be tabled until we come to a better grasp about where we're going with this whole thing regarding COVID-19 and CARES Act dollars and things like that. Because it could be some additional funds that we could use later. Because I would hate to see this die. I would hate to see this die because we are nervous about our financial position. I would love to see the cuts. I would love to see the improvements. I mean, has the county? This is a question maybe for the staff. Has the county designated their dollars already?
I don't know. From what I heard, yes, they have the funds. That's what I heard. You see, and I want to clear something. I'm not confusing the e-cargo bikes and the bicycles. What I'm saying is by improving the bike lanes, we can get all the e-cargo bikes on that they would ride on that was the idea, on the bike lanes, and by increasing the territory, they will be able to use it extensively. That's what I'm saying with it. And I also think that we need some in those areas around, given the traffic. And I agree with you. I will never ride a bike on traffic. I will never do that. You see, because I don't feel safe. As a matter of fact, most people ride bicycles on the sidewalks because they don't feel safe on the streets. If we can do it, I do understand what Commissioner Carollo and Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, I understand their concern, and their concern with people that are suffering, particularly small restaurants and all that. And I'm willing, if we can switch the funds with a covenant that we will do it later on, if we can switch the funds in order to help those people that are in need, I'm all for it.
Mr. Chairman.
If you will be Commissioner Carollo and then the Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, if you will be amenable to tabling the issue, we're going to be doing a budget in September, and we're going to be there. We'll have a clearer picture where we are economically, what our shortfall is going to be, what our hole looks like. Some of the things that are now mandated in the scooter ordinance is for sidewalk repair. It's not only for bike lanes, and maybe some of those sidewalk repairs, they have to be within District 2. Well, that's the only place we have scooters. But it could be, for example, for the West Grove, areas like that. It could be for parts where the sidewalks can be repaired. And we have a restaurant program that you can use those sidewalks for additional seating. They're repaired or in a good state. So there's a lot of options available to us when we see where we're at in September, and we have a better idea of how big the hole is and how we can get out of it. And maybe $1 million here and $1 million there, it's going to add up as we move forward. And then we can have a better sense of what our priorities will look like. So if you would help us table it and maybe come back in September, have a conversation about it, and I think it will be a more informed conversation with more facts on the table.
Commissioner Carollo and then the Vice Chairman.
I would accept tabling it. I still think we're going to be in the same situation that we're going to need that $1 million for the general fund. But Chairman, if you remember when I started this conversation, the first thing I said was that we were going to have to make an amendment to the ordinance that we had. So I was aware that we had to make an amendment to the ordinance in order to be able to shift that money to the general fund. But keep in mind that these are ordinances that we created ourselves. It's not that this is a charter amendment that will be quite different. These are the works that we could do within the structure of our government. But I would be willing to table this until September and see just how much more we're going to need to balance this budget.
So I'll allow Ken to speak, and then Senator, if you have a motion, then I'll second your motion and to move forward however you feel. Mr. Russell, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I'm not mistaken, we have a motion on this item actually on the floor to be passed. And my goal to pass it today is that the county has committed already, and they've already finished their design. They're working on permitting. They have to go through us for that. The DDA passed a reso that Commissioner Reyes signed just the other day, not only in support of this project, but committing DDA funds to helping with the separators to make sure that these bike lanes are safe. And so we're finding additional funding there. And the project can get done by the end of the year. And it is important. This program, to undo the funding that was created by this program, betrays everyone who supported this program when it first passed. Because if the money wasn't going to be spent on this, I wouldn't have been a champion for it in the same way. And I really appreciate that you all have gone out on the limb with me, who have supported the scooter program, even when you weren't necessarily in support of it. You've been patient with it, and you've taken a risk on it because someone could have gotten seriously hurt. But no one's taken that risk greater than the residents of my district who've been dealing with the scooter program and counting on the promise that with it would come sidewalk improvements, bike lanes, where the impact of the scooter program was happening. And now that promise is before them, and it can be fulfilled by the end of this year. And we can continue to make money on the scooter program, but we should pass this now so that the program, I don't know that the county money will be there later on. So we would have to completely change an ordinance and undo a promise of how this money would be spent when those who came in support of that ordinance believed that's how we were going to spend the money. I think we fulfill this promise. We're spending plenty of money on many, many things that are not COVID related. In fact, today, nearly everything we've done is non-COVID related. We are also plugging those COVID holes as well and finding the ways we can save money and make money. But I think we can walk and chew gum. We don't have to stop every city project in order to address the crisis that we face with COVID. I think we all fight together and work on that, but we should pass this today. So that's my ask of you, Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Hardiman, that we please fulfill the promise that this pilot program has written into the ordinance.
Commissioner Russell, I look forward to seeing this program come to fruition. I know that these improvements will be made. I do think that the position, though, that the senator and our dear former mayor made are important ones, and I don't have a problem with getting the bigger picture. And I don't think that this short delay is going to really cause the demise of it. So if Commissioner Diaz-Loatia wants to continue the item to the budget time, I will second that motion.
I will make the motion to continue the item till the September, you want the October 8th meeting or the first meeting in September or the second meeting in September?
I have a question before I vote on this.
Well, making a motion, let me just make my motion and then.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. That's
All
what
right.
you did already.
So my motion would be to defer defer to the first week of September? First
That's
commission
the
meeting in
budget.
September?
That's the budget meeting, actually. So
When would you like to defer the item? We're gonna talk within the
No, that's-
context of the budget meeting.
That's fine.
yeah, that's
Right.
perfect.
Yeah, that's fine. So we'll defer to that first meeting in September, which is the budget meeting, so we can talk about this $1 million within the context of that overall budget discussion. That's my motion.
All right, I'll second that. Any further discussion on the motion?
I just just a simple question. Is there on the funds committed from county funds committed to this project, do they have a deadline that we have to set it?
Chris or Mr. Manager, do you know? Or Mr. Dodd?
There shouldn't be any.
Shouldn't be any. Well, in that case, I don't think that
I don't have any
a little delay will hurt.
time limitation.
Okay.
Okay. All right, see no further questions or concerns. All in favor, say aye.
All right.
All against. The motion for continuance is granted.
Chairman,
Yes.
because we got enthralled in discussion, I just want to let you know that for RE 18, we have to make a slight modification by just saying the word resolved versus ordained. It could be a Scrivener's memo also, but I just wanted you to know it'll be changed with that minor word.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Let's,
And Chair, I have
let's,
to vote on that deferral as 5-0.
yes.
Okay.
Okay. Now let's go back to RE11. Get there. 3384 Day Avenue Investments.
That comes after the shade meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, that comes up. That's, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
That's if you still want the shade meeting.
So then RE19.
RE19. Let me, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please.
Okay, you see, Ms. Mata, City Attorney, is there a conflict of interest in, if there's any conflict of interest with people that have been appointed according to the Dade County, you have an opinion, you see, that says that there's no conflict of interest, right?
I will let Mr. Weissong explain. We got two opinions, so you are correct. We have one from the county and one from the state, and I'll have Mr. Weissong explain it in more detail.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Commissioner and members of the commission. We had sought two opinions, actually, one from the Miami-Dade County Commission on Ethics and the Public Trust, and the Florida Commission on Ethics, because city boards and city employees and all of us are subject to both of their jurisdictions. So the first one, we sought them simultaneously. The first one we got, though, was from the Miami-Dade County Commission on Ethics. And they have a long-standing opinion that if an advisory board is constituted such that it will not work beyond 365 days, that the County Commission on Ethics, the County Ethics Code, will not apply. What makes this particular item challenging, though, as far as determining the actual date, is we have two resolutions. We had the one resolution that created the question, or the assignment, as I call it, for the city administration to come back with its review of Miami 21. That resolution was adopted December 12th, 2019. Then there was a resolution January 23rd, 2020, this year, that created the Miami 21 Task Force. So the Commission on Ethics is viewing that 365 days as starting from the earlier resolution, which is December 12, 2019. So, and by the way, the Commission on Ethics, the County Commission on Ethics Code, is not subject to our ordinance, that our emergency ordinance tolling certain provisions. So, so it's looking like this ad hoc committee, as far as the County Commission on Ethics, must complete its business before December 12.
Okay.
Much of their time has been wasted because they haven't been able to, as you know, sir, because of COVID, but they have a very short time.
Before I asked this to be deferred, and so we can start again, and because we don't have time, because I really want all the members, not only that they meet and they discuss all the issues that they should discuss about Miami 21. I want to have public meetings so that there is public participation to those meetings, and I also would like to include that whatever decision is made, which should be should go to PSAP, and PSAP should approve it. But I'm gonna make a couple of comments in regard to the accusations that have been made to those people that were appointed. You see, they are assuming, some of those people that are accusing the appointees, they're assuming that because they have a line of work that they are hired by developers, that they are going to be partial with developers. That is like assuming that a defense attorney cannot be a judge, because he would be always in favor of the defendant. It also, I think it is some sort of, I mean, it is insulting because what we have in people that I appointed, I have a resident of the city of Miami, which is very much interested and very much in favor of seeing some modifications in Miami 21 that will fulfill the intention that what drove me to ask for this committee, which is the protection of single family homes, protections of the neighbors and the neighborhood that abut some of the developments that are taking place, and how we can protect the neighborhoods. You see, that's the intention. I vetted the two people that I appointed, and we discussed at length. We will discuss at length how this can be protected and what was the intention. That was the intent of this committee. You see, I just want people to, and I'm just going to say this, because you are a criminal attorney doesn't mean you're a criminal. See, and most people that has been appointed to those, to this committee, they have the best intention and they're professionals. They're professional and they have intention. And I know that my fellow commissioners, they also vetted the people that they appointed, and they have all the trust, and they know what they want also, and that what they ask of this. And what we want is to protect our neighborhoods. And who knows better where all the loopholes? Who knows better? What different tactics are used than those people that are doing it daily? You see, I'm not gonna. If you have a problem with your car, you go to a mechanic. But we have a problem with a legislation which is called Miami 21, which is very, very difficult. And the people that have been working with them, and people that have been using it, and people that have been benefiting from it, they are the ones that know the best. But that's why I picked those people that I thought they knew it the best, that they knew it by heart, and they know how to close those loopholes. How can we modify it, and we will help protect our neighborhoods. So having said that, I am moving to the furthest to September, the first meeting or the second meeting in September. And then we will strategize how we can extend the life of this committee, which is, I think it's extremely important. It's extremely important because we have to extend the life according to Mr. White. This is going to sunset in December, and it has not accomplished what we intend to accomplish, which is to identify those areas that could be reformed and protect our neighborhoods. And I'm moving it to the furthest to, I would say, the first and second meeting in September.
And Mr. Chair, could I just comment real quick? So the effect of this deferral will be that this board, this task force, will not be able to meet. They are scheduled to meet, I think, next week, and then perhaps once in August. So due to the deferral, I will advise the planning staff that they cannot meet. With your instruction that in September we will come back with perhaps renewing the board, reconstituting the board.
Yes, reconstituting the board and placing some constraints in it, and making it clear what our intention is and how this, how it's going to work. I mean, what are we going to do with the recommendations? Whatever they recommend has to go, and we'll go through PSAP. See it. And making it very clear that the intent of this, the objective of this board, is to protect the neighborhoods, protect the T3s and the T4s.
Trying.
Okay?
Thank you.
Do I get a second?
Is there a second to his motion to defer the item?
Second.
I'll second.
We'll probably move in second. Any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries. Madam City Attorney, can you read into the record SR 3?
Yes, it's very long. So, an ordinance of the Miami. Oh wait, SR 3.
Correct. 3.
Oh, okay, great. SR 3, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 23, Article 1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Historic Preservation, more specifically by amending Section 23-4, titled Designation of Historic Resources, Historic Districts, Multiple Property Designations, and Archaeological Sites and Zones, Section 23-6, Transfer of Development Rights, and fencing for historic resources, provision for determination of eligibility process, and for provisions for resources within the Miami Modern Biscayne Boulevard Historic District, prohibiting certain uses and establishing a 35-foot height limit, and Section 23-6.2, titled Certificates of Appropriateness, to provide the proposals for designation made by Miami-Dade Historic Preservation Board, the City Commission, the City of Miami's Historic Environmental Preservation Board, the city's Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board, and any organization that has been registered a nonprofit corporation in the state of Florida for at least 5 years with recognized interest in historic preservation will require a supermajority vote to modify the time to appeal decisions regarding historic designations to the City Commission to 60 days, to modify the timing of notice, to provide that the notification to owners of properties designated historic will clearly advise the owners of their right to appeal to the City Commission, to provide timing and scheduling appeals, to require additional notice of public hearings for special certificates of appropriateness, to provide updates containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Is there a motion for SR 3?
I move it.
It properly moves. Is there a second? Seconded by the chair. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You recognize, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I believe this would weaken our the historic preservation portion of our code, making it more difficult to designate properties, to protect them. I also believe that it has some inconsistencies in how it holds other boards over which we do not have jurisdiction to certain barriers that they need to pass, which could make our later judgments susceptible to challenge. If we're holding another board to a certain standard of a supermajority, for example, where we don't have jurisdiction over that board, so we then don't accept their recommendation, they may have a cause of action to say that they're not being heard. So I'm against this ordinance.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to remind everybody that this is supported by our own planning department, and it's not going to create anything to the sort.
Any further discussion?
Nope.
Chairman?
Yes.
Please, Madam City Attorney, anything?
I just wanted to point out there was a substitution sent.
Yes. No, go right ahead. Go right ahead and read it.
It was just the it had to do just with the majority, 4/5 majority of those present. That was changed in the ordinance. And I just wanted to advise Vice Chairman Russell. He had brought up that his concern, and I believe we sent him a little section of the code that allowed for this. It would be the criteria on which we consider other organizations telling us to please designate something. But thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Against?
Against.
Motion carries. Madam City Attorney, read SR 4 into the record, please.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 54, Article 5, Section 54-190 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Streets and Sidewalks, Base Building Lines, Non-Standard Street Widths by modifying the width of Northeast First Avenue from Northeast 5th Street to Northeast 6th Street and Northeast 11th Street to Northeast 12th Street, and modifying the width of Southwest 28th Avenue from Southwest 10th Terrace to Southwest 10th Street, Miami, Florida, containing severability clause and providing for an effective date. I believe you all received the substitution as
Yes,
well.
Okay, move it.
It's been properly moved, seconded by the chair. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
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 Against? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understood correctly. The limit of the change on Northeast First Avenue is 10th Street to 12th.
That's what the substitution says.
Okay,
Yes.
that's correct.
Okay. Correct, Madam City Attorney? That's what I read.
In the substitution, is the title, did the title not change then in our, in the reading of the ordinance? Did I misstate that? Can,
In the title, it reads by modifying the width of Northeast First Avenue from Northeast 5th Street to Northeast 6th Street and Northeast 10th Street to Northeast 12th Street. And modifying the width of Southeast 28th Avenue from Southwest 10th Terrace to Southwest 10th Street. So it says 12th Street on the heading as well as in the inter-office memorandum.
okay, so it's, I just wanted to confirm that it is correct. Dr. Higuava, what you're.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Did we carry the motion? We did.
Yes, sir.
We carried the motion, yeah.
It was a motion and a
Correct.
second.
Madam City Attorney, can you read into the record FR1, please?
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 49 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Sewers and Sewage Disposal, in order to delete obsolete references to the City of Miami's former sanitary sewer system and update references to the city's current stormwater management system, providing for a limitation on discharging silted wastewater to the city's stormwater management system, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
Move it.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. FR2, please read into the record.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 54 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Streets and Sidewalks, to update and codify indemnity, insurance, and surety requirements in connection with sidewalk cafe permits, right-of-way permits for telecommunication facilities, news racks, and paid telephones, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. I believe you also received a substitution on FR2. Mr. Clerk, could you confirm that?
Yes, you are correct, Madam City Attorney.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All against? Motion carries. FR3, please read into the record.
FR3, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 54, Article 2, Section 54-46 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended, titled Streets and Sidewalks Construction, Excavation, Repair Agreement, and Bond as to paving, other improvements by persons submitting plats, replats, etc. to Commission. And Chapter 55 of the City Code entitled Subdivision Regulations to modify certain subdivision requirements, processes, and standards, including certain design standards and requirements for subdivision and right-of-way improvements, providing for minimum standards for construction plans for required improvements, including enhanced seawall and bridge construction standards, requiring street lighting in connection with, and as required improvement for platting, clarifying surveyor requirements to submit and process plats, modifying Section 55-10C for the City Code related to planning an exception for single-family homes containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Probably moved and seconded. Any discussion?
This is to clean up. Okay.
Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries. FR4, please read into the record.
For FR4, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission by 4/5 affirmative vote amending Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 4 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida is amended, titled Administration Department's Resilience and Public Works Department, Chapter 2, Article 10, Section 2-289 of the City Code, titled Administration Enforcement Schedule of Penalties, Chapter 22.5, Article 6 of the City Code, titled Green Initiative, Soil Erosion, Waterway Sedimentation, Airborne Dust, Generation Control, Chapter 54 of the City Code, titled Streets and Sidewalks, and Chapter 62, Article 2, Section 62-12 of the City Code, titled Planning and Zoning Comprehensive Planning Fee, by providing for Resilience and Public Works Department fees for inspections, examinations of plans, for compliance with provisions of Ordinance Number 13114 as amended, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as providing for both new and adjusted department fees related to processing and recordation of plats, stormwater pollution, prevention plans, right-of-way permits, developmental reviews, processing of deeds or dedication, and quitclaim deeds, and for the processing and review of other documents conducted by the department, providing for standards for insurance coverage and indemnity by applicants in connection with such permits, further providing for enhanced penalties pursuant to Section 162.092D Florida statutes for certain civil violations related to public right-of-way containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. And I believe you received a substitution on this item as well.
That's right.
That's correct. Is there a motion in accordance with the substitution?
Moved.
Second.
Probably moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against?
4-0.
Motion carries. FR5.
FR5, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 54 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Streets and Sidewalks, to update requirements for improvements and facilities in the public right-of-way and permitting and registration requirements, requiring seawalls and bulkheads as part of the list of required street improvements in connection with obtaining building permits over certain value or square footage, obtaining registration requirements for telecommunications providers working in the city's right-of-ways to be consistent with state law, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Move it.
Second.
Probably moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Give me 1 second, Mr. Chair, if you allow me. Is this the item that, is this the one that deals with seawalls, that it raises that it tries to incorporate some language that we have previously debated and we have deferred a number of times? It's still being worked out. Is this an item that does that raises the standard for seawalls to a higher level, to more feet?
This one, the one that you're talking about, I believe is SR1, but this one does address seawalls in connection to building permits. Dr. Yakwaba, if you want to be more specific.
So, the item is SR1, and that has been deferred indefinitely, I believe.
Yes.
This is different.
I know, but I want to make sure this one doesn't incorporate it because, again, Tallahassee flashback.
No.
When it doesn't pass in one vehicle, they put it in a different vehicle, and then they put it in a different vehicle until it passes.
No.
Those are called riders, right? They ride along with the rest of the stuff. So I want to make sure that there's no change here, and we're on and as the day gets later and later, you'll find more of these riders on these trains, right? They become trains and they jump up. They call them riders. So we want to make sure that doesn't pass.
I like how you explain that. Tallahassee sunshine laws. Tallahassee sunshine laws. There's no sunshine in Tallahassee.
No, there's not.
Those are the good old days for me, you know?
Flashbacks.
Exactly.
No, I had the same question. I had the same.
Yes, yeah, so it doesn't include any of this language that alters the standards and all that, right?
No, no.
Okay. Okay, I'm good to go. I can vote.
Okay. Seeing no further on readiness, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries.
Thank you.
B,
No, I'm just.
B1?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chris Rose. I'm the Budget Director for the City of Miami. We're now 3/4 of the way through the fiscal year, and each of your offices received the projections memo earlier this week. We're now projecting a net end-of-year budget deficit of $23.3 million. That's approximately, it's a deficit of approximately $30.2 million in the general fund, mitigated a bit by a surplus of $6.8 million in the internal service fund. And when it all comes down, the restricted funds are gonna go down by $27.5 million. So that's a decrease from where we were on September 30th, 2019. And we're going to end up with $41.6 million if this projection holds true. That is going to be significantly below the $73.9 million amount that we are estimating for the 10% threshold of unrestricted funds in the financial integrity principles that the city has set for itself. So that will trigger a plan to re-achieve the threshold within 2 fiscal years. And you can see all of the attached detail in the memo that was sent to all of your offices earlier this week. I'd be happy to take any questions you might have at this time.
If there are no questions at this time, Madam City Attorney, can you read into the record the ordinances from the PIs? Just read all of them straight into the record.
Give me 1 second because I believe there's only one. So give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. I think there's only one.
You scared me for a second. Okay.
Yeah, because one is the opposition to a county ordinance.
And Chair, friendly reminder, this is an emergency ordinance.
Yes. That's PI number 2.
Yes, that's the only one. I'm sorry, I have a lot of paper here. 1 second.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was having a connection problem. Are we on pocket item number 2? Is that where we are?
Well, I asked her to read into the record the heading for pocket item number 2.
Right, for the emergency ordinance, I'm just having.
All right, while you're finding that, is there a motion to approve PI number 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6?
Could you just clarify the brief title of each?
Right. PI number 1 is the opposition to the ordinance disallowing the city charging fees. That's against the county ordinance. Number 3 is the reallocation of the approximately $300,000 that you have for D2. PI number 4 is the acceptance of the COVID relief funds and allocation of funds, reallocation of those funds. The PI number 5 is the waiver of the conflict regarding the case of our dear brethren. And PI number 6 is the waiver of conflict for representation by an attorney.
Got it. I'll move those items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 All against?
4-0.
Motion carries. Madam City Attorney, you ready for me now?
I can read it.
Mr. Min will read it since I couldn't find it.
Okay.
It is an emergency ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote, temporarily providing for an additional option for the swearing-in requirement of city staff for any planning and zoning items and quasi-judicial hearings during the declared local state of emergency for the novel coronavirus pandemic, making necessary findings, providing for an expiration date, containing a severability clause, and providing for an immediate effective date.
Yes, it's been, so let's read into the record. Is there a motion? Hold on, I'm sorry. Was there a motion there?
I guess, sir.
Not yet, okay.
Which
So it's
item?
read into the record. Is there a motion to approve PI number 2?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it very well, the title.
Would you like me to read it again, Mr. Chair?
Please, thank you.
Yeah, and just to be clear, we passed already PIs. Could you name the ones we passed? What's
Yeah.
left? And which one
PI,
we're
we
on?
only have left PI number 2. That's the emergency ordinance.
Got it.
The manager wants to.
It is an emergency ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote, temporarily providing for an additional option for the swearing-in requirement of city staff for any planning and zoning items and quasi-judicial hearings during the declared local state of emergency for the novel coronavirus pandemic, making necessary findings, providing for expiration date, containing a severability clause, and providing for an immediate effective date.
I'll move it.
Properly moved, seconded by the chair. Any further discussion on it? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? The motion carries.
I do need to read it a second time, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I do.
An emergency ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote, temporarily providing for an additional option for the swearing-in requirement of city staff for any planning and zoning items and quasi-judicial hearings during the declared local state of emergency for the novel coronavirus pandemic, making necessary findings, providing for an expiration date, containing a severability clause, and providing for an immediate effective date.
So moved.
Seconded by the chair. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Chair, I have one pocket item from Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla. It's a board appointment. Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla would like to appoint Antonio Lima to the LGBTQ Advisory Board. Mr. Lima will require a residency waiver.
Okay, well, I'll open the floor for public comment on that item. And by the time we finish with our agenda, if no one's called in, then we'll address the item.
Mr. Chairman,
You recognize.
in the same thread, I was looking to proffer a pocket appointment for the Civil Service Board. If I understand correctly, the Civil Service Board appointee that we had approved before that was representing the general employees is no longer available for that spot. So I was going to repropose the general employees representative who had been on the potential for that appointment before.
Chair, Commissioners, I have not received a written correspondence. It may have been verbal, but I haven't received anything in writing from the person who is declining the appointment to the Civil Service Board.
Oh, so it hasn't been formally declined yet.
Not through any kind of written correspondence, no, sir.
Okay, yeah, I certainly don't want to speak for her if she's still on the situation. I'm completely fine with her being there. But we'll table that one as well then, and I'll just see if it works or not.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's. DI1, is there DI1? I guess we can address that one now.
Mr. Chair, how can we deal with the Office of Capital Improvements?
You recognize, sir.
The Miami River Bond was approved for $400 million to address the most vulnerable challenges that the city faces in the areas of sea level rise, flood prevention, affordable housing, parks and cultural facilities, roadways, and public safety. The Commission also approved the first 33 projects totaling $58 million under Tranche 1. We are presenting to you today a brief update on the current spend down. We're also presenting the process and timeline for the project identification for the remaining $342 million of the Miami River Bond, with the objective to provide an evaluated and prioritized project list for for consideration in front of this commission. Mr. Chairman, with your acknowledgement, Mr. Suleiman Hushkani, our bond manager, will be giving the presentation.
So,
Can you guys see it?
and yet,
Yep. Is it up now?
no. Are you trying to share your screen?
Yes.
No.
Try one more time. How about now?
Yes.
Good evening, honorable commissioners. My name is Suleiman Uikani. I am the bond manager with the Office of Capital Improvements. And today I'm going to present to you the Tranche 1 status, project selection process that we have put in place, and a timeline for selection and approval of the next Miami Forever Bond projects.
Yeah.
Since the approval of the Miami Forever Bond Tranche 1 projects on December 13, 2018, we have made significant progress on the 33 projects with the allocated funds of $58.6 million. Of that $58.6 million, $43.6 was towards infrastructure and $15 million was towards the affordable housing. Currently, the status is that we have 4 projects in planning. We have 7 projects in bidding, 13 in design, and 7 in construction, and we have completed 2. We have completed the committed 50 backflow valves installation, which in fact we have completed 66 Miami Forever Bond funds. We have also been awarded $1.5 million by the Florida FDEP to install additional 35, and we have completed to date 21. And as you can see here, we have of the 33 projects, we have 29 projects that are infrastructure projects. And of those projects, as you can see here, there are 6 that are citywide projects. So in fact, we have actually completed thus far about 141 projects. And I can show you the breakdown. 66 of that were backflow valves, an additional 21 from FDP. We have completed the 12 spot drainages throughout the city. We have completed 3 park roofs, and we have installed 4 playgrounds. We have also improved the access and mobility into 24 projects, 24 parks. We have also passed and moved projects from design phase of 11 projects.
Right of way hasn't happened yet, right?
On the
Right of way, Pocket Avenue. No. Yeah, no, they. That's your problem.
On the next 3 months, we have 6 projects that are going to be.
Can we mute everyone, please? Can I mute the speaker?
It's Dr. Ejecuavas, I believe.
No, I understand, but the host can mute everyone.
Oh.
And then let the speaker unmute himself.
We took care of it.
Okay. So as you know, the Miami Forever Bond Tranche 1 funding was split in 2: infrastructure and affordable housing. And here is a snapshot of what we have spent to date. Of that infrastructure funding, there was $43.6 million, and we have actual spent is 6.3, and we have committed 6.5. Of that percentage-wise, 15%, we have 14% spent on the spending actuals. But if you factor the committed one, we are roughly around 30%. On the affordable housing, we're still going through the legal and also negotiation contracts, which we haven't actually initiated yet, and we haven't spent any dollars yet. If you factor on number 3 over here, if you factor the affordable housing $15 million to the Tranche 1, we actually percent-wise, we have only spent 11%. And if we factor the committed ones, we are at 22%. Of the overall Miami Forever Bond, the $400 million, as you can see, we are 1.5 million spent only, and if we factor the committed, we are at 3.2%. So the project selection process. So Miami Forever Bond is the task force that was established for the Miami Forever Bond it has created these guiding themes that are there to create a stronger and more resilient and innovative future for Miami. And all the projects that come through, they have to go vetted and go through the guiding themes. And as you can see here, you have the funding categories: sea level rise, flood prevention, parks and cultural facilities, public safety, roadways, and affordable housing. And you can see the funding that was allocated to each one of those overall. And currently we are at the remaining, after we allocated the $58.6 million in tranche one. This is what remains for each of the respective categories. Project sources for the Miami Forever bond for each of the respective categories are master plans identified to select projects for each bond category. Master plans provide a vision for capital projects investments and are used as decisions to select projects that will address city's needs for short-term solutions and long-term strategy. And as you can see, throughout all the categories, capital improvements plan would be the major source of the projects. On the sea level rise and flood prevention, we are currently updating the stormwater master plan, which is going to recommend improvements to the challenge that we face when it comes down to flooding. Parks and cultural facilities, as you know, Parks has done a master plans and also a heat map to address parks needs throughout the city. We have also, on the public safety portion of the bond, we have the funding was dedicated only to build Fire Station 10, and that we have done a programming for it, and right now in the cone of silence because we are in the process of selecting a design criteria professional. On the roadways portion of it, the Public Works have just updated and completed their payment index assessment that is going to provide us projects for very poor roads and how we address roads throughout the city and improve them throughout the city. As far as the affordable housing goes, most of the projects come from the affordable housing pipeline application that the department has in place. And here's the project selection. So as you can see here to the right, you have the project sources that come in, that they go and align through the guiding themes of the bond, which have goals, objectives, and a criteria that is set for that. And then once they meet the guiding themes, then they go to the categories. In this case, I took an example of the roadways. They go and meet, that project needs to meet the goals and the criteria that were set for improving our roads throughout the city. And then finally, they are prioritized and allocated funding and all that. It's very important to note here that throughout this whole process, we do have a plan to do engagement, stakeholders participation and engagement, and that is the citizens of Miami through the commissions and the Office of Commissioners, so that we can align and understand, like when we select projects and which projects are going to be selected for the bond. And here is it's a busy slide, but this is to summarize what I said in terms of project selection map. And I would like you to pay attention to the number one here that comes to the sources, which they go through the inputs onto the implementation phase. Then they'll go through that process that I just explained in the selection process through the guiding themes, categories, and they're prioritized. And then they go through the implementation portion of it, which is design, planning, design, bidding, construction, and complete. And then outputs is very important because, you know, whatever we do set conditions so that we can learn lessons learned, we can improve infrastructure, and we can create benefits for the city of Miami and for all the citizens in it. And here's a timeline for the next projects that we have put in place. We started sometimes in December of 2019 to January this year. We have completed the selection model, defining the guiding themes, identified criteria, refined category goals and objectives, and we have developed a quantitative selection model. And at the same time, we have also initiated and started to identify project sources that I explained to you earlier. Now we are in the process of trying to screen and evaluate those projects that are suggested from the master plans. We're also aligning those projects to see how we can match those and align them so that we can capture matching funding that is available through the federal government, through the state of Florida, through the county. So we have leveraging funding to do that. We also, at the same time, we are assessing the enterprise, which means the City of Miami, and also the OCI capacity that we have, the resources to carry these projects forward. Excuse me. And as you can see here on the bottom, this is the procurement capacity that we are aligning to all of this timeline. We just completed best value JOC in April of this year. We are evaluating the pools. Excuse me. We also working on the procurement is working on the construction contracting pool, which we're hoping to get it in place by end of this year. And currently we are in the cone of silence for the contract mechanism we're putting in place, which is the citywide program management support services contract. All of this is going to help us whatever the projects we select for future investment in Miami for the project. We are aiming to have a recommended list in front of this body sometimes from October to December. That's where we're going to have a submitted list of the agenda for your consideration and approval. If there is any modification needed, then we will address them in December or in January agenda. And then after it is finally approved, we will move that into the execution sometimes in February and March of next year. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Is there any questions from any other commissioners? I see Chris Rosa.
Can we get more resources?
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of other thoughts. I know Hector and his team have breathed new life into getting the projects done. In the proposed budget, you will see that Suleiman and some other folks are going to come over to the Office of Management and Budget, and we're going to be working with your offices based on the scoring that comes out of the process that Suleiman just relayed to you, and we're going to work with you on not just tranche 2, but the rest of the bond. So I want to let you all know that that's coming right after we get the budget passed. I'll say. The other thing is I want to point out that on one of the slides we said that we had not spent anything on the affordable housing, but I want to make sure that you know that the affordable housing, the 15 million that's out there, the majority of it has been allocated. 8 million of it went through the RFP process that Mr. Mensah and his team put out there. 2 million of it was in for MLK residents, $1 million for Liberty Renaissance, and then there's a 4 million that has not been allocated yet that was for home ownership preservation and single family home rehab. So that 4 million is the piece that as yet has not been allocated in any way except for generally the single family homes. So I just want to make sure that got on the record and let you know that we'll be working with you over the fall.
Right. And listen, when it comes to the single family home rehabilitation things, I know we all in our districts have the ability to do that, but this is something that I've been pushing for. We pushed that issue to get the bond passed, and we still talk about this issue today. Time is of the essence, and I believe that we're in a position where we can get this money spent. And so that's what we need to do. It's a shame that we have 0% of those funds actually spent. And so if we have to, through George Mensah, I mean, we talked about this before, mirroring the programs that we already have, but creating a fund that is specifically for the Forever Bond dollars. And let's get this thing going. I mean, we should not come back in September not having a plan already in the works to start spending this money when it comes to the single family home rehabilitation parts. And Madam City Attorney, we know this is part of the whole discussion that we're talking about when we're having trouble coming to an agreement about issues that affect housing that's ready to go. Shovel ready things that are ready to go. We need government needs to move out of the way and help these private entities produce products that we need in our neighborhoods.
Understood.
Is there anything else? Okay, then let's do this. So we have our PZ items, right? Okay, PZ1, PZ2. Madam City Attorney, is PZ3 an ordinance? I'll take a look at it.
PZ3 is a resolution. It's a platted private alley. So it's a vacation of an alley closure.
Right. The chair will entertain a motion to approve PZ3.
So moved.
Seconded by the chair. Is there any discussion?
Yes, hold on. Okay, it's fine.
Yes.
Seeing no further discussion?
Just a simple question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Are these alleys that are going to be closed?
It's a the way that they're private. They're called private alleys, so they're not actually for the public. But they exist, and there's an agreement of the surrounding property owners in the area. Well, in those plats, where they will still have the ability to access their alleys, but they're in agreement with the project that's being proposed in that space.
Chairman,
Yes.
Chairman,
Yes.
I forgot, Commissioner Carollo, now that this item's being called up for PZ3, did you have a Jennings disclosure? You met with the applicant?
I'm glad you said
Is it Woodbine?
The staff did.
Okay.
No,
PZ3.
PZ3.
And PC3, my staff met with, but I didn't.
Okay, thank you so much.
No, but I do. I have a gender disclosure. I'm glad you said that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't meet with anybody.
I
I
met
didn't meet with
with
anybody.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
my staff met with,
Did you meet with any people?
yes, my staff did meet. Okay.
Say it again, Commissioner Reyes.
That my staff, he met with the people from PCT.
Right. So,
Okay.
correct. So for the,
Okay.
and then as a matter of Jenny's disclosure, I had a chance to meet with through Zoom or some
Yes.
other sort of program
Yeah.
with the applicant and discuss with me the application and what it was in fact doing. And so this happened maybe within a week or so. And so that's how I was updated with exactly what the issues were with the surrounding properties and how it was going to affect surrounding properties.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Madam City Attorney, can you read to the record PZ?
I voted yes. I just was muted. I'm sorry. Make sure the record reflects that, please.
Okay.
Chairman, you want me to read PZ4 and PZ5 into the record since
That's
they're, okay. PZ4, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small scale amendment procedures subject to section 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from light industrial to restricted commercial of 2.85 acres of real property located at 690 Northwest 13th Street, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. And I'll read the other title. PZ5, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from D1 Workplace District Transit Zone to T612 Urban Core Transit Zone Open for the property located at 690 Northwest 13th Street, Miami, Florida, is more particularly described in Exhibit A, attachment incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. Chairman, I believe the applicants are on somewhere.
Madam City Attorney, I forget. Give me a reminder. The Jennings disclosure are for
Zoning.
But like for instance, PZ3 was a resolution.
Well, anything that could be considered quasi judicial or the zoning ones, which are quasi judicial.
Right, so both the resolutions and the ordinances.
Yes.
Right. Is there anyone that needs to make a Jennings
Yes,
disclosure?
I do. I do PC4 and PC5. I mean, through Zoom, I met with, it's Marrero, the Squire for both. Okay.
Right. I'd also like the record to reflect a Jennings disclosure from me as well. I had an opportunity to meet with a representative of the, no. PZ4, PZ5. Let me just check. Let me be correct in this. Let me see the exhibit. 69 Northwest 13th Street. Yeah. So I met with the representative of this application to describe to me what they were requesting and why it was needed. Okay. Is there, well, this is in my district. I'm sure everyone had an opportunity to read it, so the chair would entertain a motion to approve the item.
Second.
Wait.
Chairman?
Wait. The item is to, what is the recommendation here? Is the recommendation to go to the next height, or is it to go one just above it?
Through the chair, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Francisco Garcia, Planning Department Director. Our recommendation for this particular site is that the change from the D1 zoning designation they presently have be to T680. The reason for that, sir, is that the predominant zoning designation in the area is T680, and in that regard, this property would then have the same zoning designation as those in the immediate vicinity.
Right, but there are issues with the T680 designation, is that correct? As compared to the T612 for this particular site, because as I understand, this site is on a brownfield. It's right next to, it's adjacent to Booker T. Washington Senior High School. It's an underdeveloped area. It's been vacant and been derelict. And even to this day, the property hasn't had any improvements on it whatsoever. And so the T612, as I understand it, gentlemen, would allow this property to be able to create additional revenue to not only mitigate those brownfields, but it can also fulfill their responsibility. Or what they want to do is build more housing, I believe, in that area. So it has a beautifying effect on the gateway to Overtown. It clears a Brownsfield area, and it's also within the Southeast Overtown Parkway's Community Redevelopment Agency. So that's an issue that we'll probably see later, that you all probably may see that I may not be able to see. So you should be aware. But so there's potential in the space. Yes, Madam City Attorney.
Chairman, I just want to make sure that the applicant is promoted so that they can give a brief presentation, because there has to be something on the record.
Okay. Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is the property officially designated as a brownfield site, or is that just a description of it as a contaminated area?
Let's wait till they come on so we can give that response on the record.
IT, it should be Inez Marrero and Michael Goldstein, please.
I know we have some contaminated areas in 62nd Street and I want to say 12th Avenue. I think, is that correct, Francisco? 12th Avenue, 62nd Street on the northeast corner?
Yes, sir.
And it's been vacant for a very long time. Very, very long time.
I believe the applicants have been promoted, sir.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm sorry, I lost connection. The beauty
That's
of
no problem.
technology and all the things we do remotely.
Can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, of course. My name is Inez Marrero. I'm an attorney with offices at 701 Brickell Avenue with the law firm of Holland and Knight. I am here representing the applicants for this land use and rezoning change. I'm also joined by Michael Goldstein. He's one of the partners in the ownership partnership, but he's also the environmental attorney for the project. I was able to just very briefly listen to your arguments for our request for the T612. And our intent is to be able to build housing, as you mentioned, The reason why we feel strongly that T612 is warranted is because we want to build real housing units. We want to move away from studios and micro units and one-bedroom units. What this area really needs is real housing opportunities for families, 2 and 3 bedroom units. And so the difference between T68, T612 is the same number of units, but we can build more units, bigger units. It's more FAR and more height. And we feel that the environmental remediation cost associated with the site justifies the bump. And also all the public benefits that accompany developing the TOD, because we're next to Colmer, and that's, as your staff reports, is the 5th least utilized metro station. And also, as you very well know, this is this sort of big vacuum of nothingness in Overtown. There's nothing. This is a remnant from the railway where everything around it was industrial. And we need to provide opportunities. We need to provide community. So it's housing, it's transit oriented, it's environmental remediation, and then community to create a streetscape, to create livable streets, to have options for housing, and also ground floor retail, and also boost to Booker T. Washington, which is also a underutilized school. And that's pretty much it. Any other questions? I know it's a long night, and I appreciate you taking us out of order. So,
Mr. Chair?
The Vice Chairman, I know you have a question for Mr. Goldstein.
Yes, so I just wanted to understand if it is an official brownfield designation for that site, and if so, what incentives are available from other levels of government to help incentivize the development here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Michael Goldstein with offices at 2100 Ponce de Leon Boulevard in Coral Gables. I'm pleased to be here to respond to any questions that the commission may have. Commissioner Russell, in response to your question, this is the site is located in a designated brownfield area. The city of Miami, in its wisdom, pre-designated this site and a much broader span of land many years ago to pre-qualify the economic incentives that the state of Florida makes available, provided that a developer or other interested party enters into what's referred to as a brownfield site rehabilitation agreement with Miami-Dade County Durham, the environmental regulatory agency overseeing the cleanup. Our group, the applicant KTLC Biscayne LLC, entered into the brownfield site rehabilitation agreement almost simultaneously with taking ownership of the site. We have initiated a very lengthy, complex, and expensive cleanup that's fraught with risk, but we're excited to take up the challenge and to collaborate with the city of Miami and other stakeholders to address these issues of blight and public health risk. With respect to your second question about the available incentives, there are a number of incentives that will be available on this site to lower our cost and our risk. There is a state corporate income tax credit that's available for certain remediation costs and development costs that have a remediation function. To the extent that the site is reutilized for affordable housing, which is a mandate that we've taken to heart.
Mr. Goldstein, on that first one, how much is that tax credit?
So the tax credit varies. It's tied specifically to the amount of eligible dollars that are incurred. On an annual basis, any party incurring eligible costs has the ability to apply for a 50% tax credit up to $1 million in a given year. That annual tax credit is available every single year that eligible costs are incurred. When the cleanup is completed, as certified by Miami-Dade County Durham, as a reward for successfully completing or graduating from the cleanup program, the state makes available a 25% look-back bonus up to $2 million in cleanup costs, which would be another $500,000 to go into the stack. And then finally, the state of Florida has a preference for certain end uses that are deemed to be beneficial to the public. One is affordable housing, which provides for another 25% bonus. And the other is healthcare. And there are dozens of qualified healthcare providers and facilities that would trigger that final bonus. However, you can only incur up to 100% of the eligible cost of tax credits, eligible cost of cleanup and tax credits, notwithstanding the fact that in theory, there are 125% in tax credit bonuses available. Those tax credits are state corporate income taxes. They have no direct impact whatsoever on the city's bottom line. None of this money comes from the city's treasury. They're sold on the secondary market because they're assignable as of right. And they're typically monetized at 90 cents on the dollar. So for projects that aren't building affordable housing and or providing healthcare, we hope to do both. The effective monetization rate is 67.5%, which means for every $100,000 spent on cleanup, the developer would get back $67,500. And if the developer is putting in place either one or two of those proposed end uses, then the cash-on-cash return would be 90 cents on the dollar, or $90,000 using our $100,000 incremental example. By the way, local governments can benefit from this as well. And we've helped lots of local governments over the year recover millions and millions of dollars in tax credits. So they get both the benefit of the cleanup and money back into the general revenue fund for other public purposes. That's the Reader's Digest version of Brownfield's Tax Credits 101. And if you like, Commissioner, I can go on to the second major incentive that would be economic incentive that we hope to be available here.
Yes, and that's outside the brownfield incentives.
No, sir. So we're still within the brownfields, rubric, if you will. For projects that build affordable housing, a certain minimum level of affordable housing, no less than 20%, there is a 100% sales tax refund on construction materials. For a project like this one, which we expect to be spectacular, we are going to activate and mobilize this site in a way that we feel the City Commission and city staff will be very proud of. That sales tax refund on construction materials is likely to be exceedingly significant. That, of course, would be enjoyed not by our group. We're a transitional group. Our job is to take this site and put it in strong environmental hands and strong land use hands so we can clear the way for developers, concerned, committed, community-oriented developers to take the baton from us absent the environmental issues which have left this site marginalized and on the sidelines for way too long. Again, that sales tax refund would be available to the ultimate developer who builds the project and incurs the construction materials cost.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, if I could continue.
Yes, and then the senator will be after you.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, you wanted the senator first?
No,
you go ahead. You go ahead.
All right, thank you.
You first, and then the senator, and I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. So
Thank you. Thank you. So the reason that I bring this up, I think the Brownfield program is a really great way to incentivize redevelopment in what would otherwise be an untouchable area. But our job in this moment isn't really to address the Brownfield situation or that agreement. Our job in this moment is the potential upzoning, not only from an industrial site, but into housing and additional density and intensity, which all has a value. When we vote on that change in zoning, and it adds a value to that property. So the recommendation is at T68, and then within bonuses, you'd be able to get higher and higher, by contributing to affordability within the city and within the project. But what you're asking for is T612, which lets you go up to the 20 stories, and you wouldn't have to activate those bonuses to get to the much higher intensities and densities that you would want. But the argument is, well, we need that additional zoning bump to get because of all the costs of cleanup. But it sounds to me you're far ahead of the game within the cost of cleanup, 90 cents on the dollar through the actual activation of the Brownfield agreement. And it sounds like an additional 6 and something % of all of your construction materials and actual material costs. So I wouldn't say that the zoning is needed just to take care of the brownfield. I'd like to separate the argument. If I'm wrong, I'm glad to have that discussion. I'd like to look at the zoning just on its own merits and the affordability crisis that we have. And I'd like to hear what sort of proffer is being made, how deep of affordability is being offered, what significant quantity of affordability is being offered, because this site is nothing right now. And what you're going to create is something incredible, and it has the potential to really serve this community. But if we're going to give the value of this change in zoning, we need to hope that you are offering something for the community that addresses the crisis that we have. So I'd love to hear about, again, why we need to go to 12 instead of 8, and what sort of affordability we're going to see out of it. And before they answer, I'll go ahead and recognize Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, so that I guess we can put all the questions or comments on the record, and then let the applicant respond.
My questions were kind of the same thing that you're asking, because you're right, they're taking full advantage of the state's brownfield program. So in essence, the remediation they're doing is they're only paying 10 cents on the dollar at the end of the day. So they're using as a justification the upzoning from 8 to 12 as one of the reasons, because of the amount of dollars they will be spending on the remediation. But the reality is that they're getting all that money back, or most of that money back, 90% of it. On top of that, they're also getting the sales tax break on the construction materials and all those things, a significant amount of money. So I want to know the reason. And my question is exactly yours, very similar. What kind of affordable housing you're doing? How many units? I like the fact that it's family, that they're bigger units instead of this late wave that we've seen of micro units coming into the affordable world. Is it 100% affordable? I think I heard Mr. Goldstein say that it was up to 20% is all they really have to do. Are any of them market rate? I also would like to know the makeup of the retail space. You said if it's a healthcare provider, are you going to put a clinic in that retail space, or what you have envisioned there? And are you guys the ones that are going to build it, or are you working in comparison with are you working in conjunction with a developer?
I'll go ahead and recognize the applicant if you'd like to address all the questions that have been presented so far. Ms. Morero?
Yes. So in terms of the bonus, let me start with that. What we can do right now is for 120 units by right, without any of the affordable housing bonuses that could essentially double that. With the T6-8, we can go up to 12 stories. But to get those additional 4 stories, we would need to pay, or we need to provide into the bonuses. With T6-12, we can do the 12 stories and get the FAR of the T6-12 and maximize the floor plate, maximize the units, and build affordable housing without having to work through all of the affordable housing criteria. It's just a straight affordable housing. In terms of the mix, I'd have to defer to Michael, but it would have to be affordable housing. I would like to do, there's a page in the report. Your planning department did a fantastic analysis of the site and all the demographics. And there's an analysis of the economic demographics of this area. Yeah, I had a slide for it, but I'll just read it because it's really staggering for this census area right now. The median household income is $24,750. 93% of the households rent their homes, and the median rent is $709 right now. There's a 1.5 year wait for Martin Place, which is the existing affordable housing apartment building across the street. Market rate at this location would be affordable.
If you can hold just a second, Ms. Murray, I think you're frozen. I don't know if it's frozen for everyone else, but I'm not able to hear you at this moment. Ms. Morero?
Maybe I'm going to get recognized. Hello. Hello. Hi. Commissioner?
Yes. Who's that?
Michael Goldstein?
Yes. Would you like to address it?
I would, please.
That's fine.
Well, first, I'd like to address the economic incentive issue. What I failed to mention is that the tax credits are capped at a certain level. Beyond the $2 million aggregate cost in cleanup, that tax credit falls completely away. We're currently projecting the environmental cost of cleanup here at between $2 and $4 million. In the 9 months or so since we've owned this property, we've already incurred $1 million in cost, and we're not even 1/3, 1/4 of the way through the process. So there's a tremendous amount of risk here that needs to be underwritten in some point, in some manner. And by having the additional development value, that makes a more valuable project that then goes into the cost of the cleanup. Keep in mind that this contamination, which relates to the discharge of old dry cleaning chemicals, chlorinated solvents, is a very significant contaminant to clean up. It behaves in the environment in such a way that it doesn't stay on site and moves off site quickly, which it has, not towards the school, towards the street, and then down south towards the Colmar Metro Rail Station. But we are looking at an uncertain length of cleanup and an uncertain cost in a manner that will likely far outpace the amount of incentives that are available to us. That's why this incentive is so critically important to us. We are not going to be made whole by the voluntary cleanup tax credit. It primes the pump. It allowed us to put our shoulder to the wheel even before we came before you to ask for the T612 zoning. And if you look at the state statute, the Brownfield statute, which is at 376.80 Florida statute, the legislature encourages local governments to utilize their zoning code as a non-revenue impacting incentive to encourage investment. And although I know that if we were to go with T68, the developer, the ultimate developer, would be required to pay money into the city's general revenue fund in order to get the full benefit of the incentives otherwise available as of right under T612, I would respectfully suggest that that is a little penny wise and pound foolish, that the city is enjoying a tremendous benefit immediately and in the short term by our willingness to spend as much money as we have to take on all of this uncertain risk and to ensure that we stay the course and that we produce a project that everyone can be proud of, where we feel that we need this T612 zoning.
Got it. Mr. Goldstein, is it possible you and I met about 7 years ago when I was doing research on brownfield sites for a little park in front of my house?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay, now I knew your name and face was very familiar. And then when you started talking brownfield, it all clicked again. So you are certainly the expert in this field. And so I definitely appreciate the risk that's being taken on addressing a contaminated site. You may have argued against yourself a little bit on all the incentives that are there, but I do understand the risk that's being placed. So I don't think there is an aversion from this body to consider definitely the T68 and possibly the T612, knowing what can go here and wanting to try to help you get there. But we really want to make sure that the affordability is intense enough and deep enough that we get there. I also have questions perhaps for the zoning director about T612, because that's currently D1. It's surrounded by T68O and T68L and CI. Are we able to justify legally a T612 in a potential island of would it not be a spot zoning situation for T612 on that one site, Mr.
Commissioner, if I may interrupt you, can you allow Mr. Goldstein to answer? Because I asked him about 4 different questions. He didn't answer them.
I apologize, Commissioner.
Do you want to wait for, or
I apologize.
Are you going to?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want him to answer my questions and then.
You're absolutely, Francisco, if you could hold on that other question about spot zoning. I got distracted because I realized I recognized Mr. Goldstein there. So yes,
you got really excited there, like you guys were best friends here for a moment.
No, it just really flashed, and we had such deep conversations about brownfields years ago, and it's nice to see you again. I apologize, I got distracted. Please continue.
It's okay. It's a great program, and it works the way that it's intended to. It gets developers interested in sites that otherwise stay on the sidelines because they can't attract equity, they can't attract debt, and a lot of very sophisticated folks are much more likely to go on to easier projects. Commissioner Della Portilla, could you remind me of your questions, please? I went down the brownfields rabbit hole.
Yes, yes, I know, and I'm very familiar with brownfield legislation. I was very involved in it when I was in Tallahassee. I think, and I agree with you, it's a great incentive to really, clean up areas that are full blight and slum areas in the state. It's been very, very beneficial to different parts of the state. So I think it's a great program, and I'm glad you're taking full advantage of it. And my question has to do with the development itself. You talked about I asked you how many of the units are going to be affordable. And you're talking about 60% AMI?
Yes, sir. But I want to be very clear and transparent. We are not the ultimate developer here.
I know. I asked you that question too. I said, who is the ultimate developer? But you have a vision. You spoke about this vision that you have of what's going to happen with the ultimate developer. They're going to be real affordable housing. So I'm sure that vision would include what you have talked to the ultimate developer, what you think it should look like. So what's that vision?
So in my practice, I'm blessed to represent many, if not most, of the affordable housing developers in the city of Miami who are space constrained and are forced to build on brownfield sites. And it used to be when they called me up, they were very unhappy because we didn't have options for them. Now we have lots of tools and options. So we work with companies like Housing Trust Group, like the Richmond Group, like Pinnacle, like Cornerstone. I could go on. I actually represented the developer of St. Martin's Place right across the street, McCormick Baron Salazar. That's another brownfield site, by the way, in a designated brownfield area with a brownfield site rehabilitation agreement. This is the class and quality of developer that we will be reaching out to take this site vertical. These are folks who have long worked with you, Commissioner, and the other commissioners on this dais and city staff. It's my personal desire to see as much affordable housing built on this site as possible. That's our desire. Is that 30%, 40%, 60%, 70%? I would like to see, if the market bears it, I would like to see 100% of this site be built out with affordable housing. That's our vision here. To find the right developer.
Okay.
Level
So in essence, but you're doing a little bit of the cart before the horse thing here, right? You don't have a developer. We don't know what's going to happen in this land, right? We only know what you're thinking, what your hope is of what you want to happen, right? What your vision is and what your hope is, but you don't really have a developer that's said, I'm going to do this or do that you're dealing with. So we're kind of operating a little bit of in a vacuum here.
Commissioner, out of necessity, you're correct, but out of necessity, and because this site is so special, because it has this environmental stigma, beyond stigma, the actuality of real environmental risk, significant concentrations of chlorinated solvent contaminants. There's no developer who will touch this site before the environmental issues are resolved. So the environmental issues are the horse, not the cart. And I can say that not just aspirationally or because I want to make it so, but this site was actually on the market. I know this because I represented the seller who tried to sell, our seller who tried to sell this to other developers in town but couldn't, because no developer wanted to close on the site with a risk. And so they said to me, hey, Michael, are you crazy enough to put together a group and figure it out? And I said yes, because I understood the value of this site to the community.
And you spoke. So it doesn't make much sense to talk to you about what the retail space is going to look like or the health component that you talked about, the additional breaks, because you're not the developer, right? So you don't know what they're going to do in retail.
Well, I work with developers all of the time. This is not my first brownfields rodeos, and we have a sense for what the market needs, what the community needs, and what the market will bear. Would we love to put a healthcare facility, an urgent healthcare clinic, for example, on this site? Absolutely. Is this a food desert, Commissioner? Absolutely, it's a food desert. Would we love to put in a fresh food grocer? Absolutely, yes.
So the idea that you would have sort of a clinic or an urgent care center, you would have a restaurant maybe, or a food market, or that's the kind of retail space you're looking for. It'll be all on the floor level, right? One floor of that, and the rest of it will be the multi-unit, the multi-bedroom units, right? 2 bedrooms or more.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, and you argue that you need the T612 because of all the expense that you're going to incur, and that's why that's the horse and not the cart. Sort of like you have to make it something that's viable or feasible for somebody to come in and actually build on it.
That is correct. We know from experience, I've been doing this work, Commissioner, for 28 years, helping private parties and public parties, like the city of Miami. I represented the city of Miami on a number of projects. So we understand the real costs associated with cleaning up contamination to make a site safe for development, and not just any kind of development, but development for residential purposes. We're going to have families here. We're going to have seniors here. We need to make sure a very conservative cleanup is implemented and done so successfully. We can't do that without a reliable and sufficient revenue stream. And we get that by combining the limited but important incentives that are available at the state level to prime the pump, but then finishing it off with the extra value created by the T6.
The additional zoning. Okay.
Commissioner, this is possibly the most honest way someone can come to us and ask for a zoning, because they're not showing a rendering or a plan, because once we grant that zoning, anyone can change all those plans and renderings and such. So they're being very straight that they have an open slate, a clean canvas on which to build. We can protect what we care about through covenant if that's something that they would proffer for affordability. And I think that's what matters to us most in this particular situation. There is a certain amount of affordability, it sounds like, that they're already committing to based on the incentives they're getting through the brownfield. So I'd like to set that as the base level.
Which is 20%.
Right, at 60% of AMI, is that right?
Yeah, at 60%. That's what I'm understanding.
So they have, if that's correct, that's what they have free and clear in its current zoning designation. Well, not through industrial, but for whatever they can develop without an upzoning. So I would like to say anything they're seeking above that is added value that we're adding to them. And we'd love to hear what they're proffering in terms of a covenant for affordability that no matter who develops it down the road, honors that affordability promise that comes with this upzoning. And I think that's for them to address if they have a specific covenant they've considered. Right now, they're just talking about if they activate the bonuses that they would tap into, but that's already baked in. If they were at T68 right now, they would have to deal with that. So I don't know if they've done their homework yet, because it's just a big math problem. They don't want to put a covenant on that will make it unaffordable for the next developer that would come along and take it from them. So they need to figure out what value they get from this change in zoning and what they're willing to proffer in terms of affordability that will still make it a buildable site. Being in a CRA also adds them a whole other element that can make them whole. So they should be promising the sky and the moon in terms of affordability, I think.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, you're recognized, Commissioner.
Okay. Yes, and you know that one thing that I'm always asking is people to define affordability. You see, they're saying you're claiming that you're proffering 20% of the apartments. They're going to be 60% AMI. That is for people that make around $33,000, and if you multiply the 30% of the that could go for rent, and they're not going to be rent burden. That's around $130 per month. That's more or less market rate in the area, for what I hear. But the other 80%, how are you going to divide that? If this is going to be all affordable, or there's going to be different levels of affordability? I mean, you have 60% AMI, which is going to be 20% of the number of apartments. How many apartments are you going to be building there? I mean, are you foresee, because you don't know, you perceive that they're going to be built there? Hello?
Either Mr. Goldstein or Ms. Marrero, if you could address the question.
Okay, the property right now, without any of the affordable housing bonuses, would support 420 units.
Okay.
And I want to go back to sort of a comment that you're today trying to determine the desirability and the appropriateness of the base request, which is to change this property from its current industrial designation. I mean, I think we can at least agree that that is a foregone conclusion, that continuing to have this corridor of industrial properties is not only anachronistic, that it is out of character with the neighborhood, and it's not appropriate next to a high school, that this area needs to be rezoned. In fact, the planning department, in our discussions with them, and the director, I'm sure would confirm, has indicated to us that they intend to bring forth an application where they are going to rezone all of these properties along 7th Avenue to from D1 to some T6 form. So we're here asking ahead of what the city has determined needs to happen at this location. So I don't think that I should go back to revisit the appropriateness of that. And they're just on the record, the staff evaluation, their thorough review of the policies of the future land use plan, as well as the rezoning criteria is met by our request to rezone the property. I want to go at least make it clear that we all agree that this needs to be rezoned, and the discussion is our request for it to be to T612, and the fact that we're the first ones in, that we are undertaking a significant environmental remediation of a significant property next to a public high school, that we have been in discussions with Miami Public Schools, because we are going to have to undertake some remediation efforts on their property, that we are in discussions with them to come to an agreement to provide housing for teachers, to provide students that will attend fill the student stations at Booker T. Washington, which is an underutilized school. This needs it.
But excuse me, Nance, what I was asking is a simple question. How many apartments are you going to build? I mean, as it is now, without any increase in density, I mean, in the floor ratio, you claim that you can build 420. I mean, it's going to be the same 420 when you go to 12 stories.
The base density does not change if you're T68 or T612. It's 150 dwelling units per acre.
So you're going to have
increases is the FAR and the height. FLR.
So out of those 84 are going to be at 60 AMI, 60% of the AMI, because or less, rather. I mean, it's going to be 60 or more, right? How many of them are going to be on 80% or 100%? I don't know that. I'm just questioning the affordability. But I think that you don't have that. You cannot have that if you don't have the plans, or you don't have a developer yet.
So we will meet the whatever your adopted definition of affordable housing is. That's what we will meet.
And what we should understand is that the FAR and the FLR would basically signify that because the density isn't increasing, that the units will be larger.
They're going to be larger. That's good.
Larger units for larger families, and then it changes the height. In this area, it abuts the playing fields and some other parts of the school. If you've ever driven through that area on that part of land, there's no reason to be there. It really is like there's no reason to be there whatsoever. On the west side of 7th Avenue, you have some apartments that were built. If you come further south on 7th Avenue, you're meeting where you have the beginning of the river, which of course, is going through an awesome transition. So this space has a lot of potential. And, but I would agree that the light industrial is problematic for that space, because what you see as you drive down 7th Avenue there, especially on the west side of the avenue, is a lot of sort of businesses or lack thereof, or so I say buildings that do not coincide well with what's housing just west of it, and many times just east of it. And so this I can see why this space would have gone vacant for so long. And then learning that it had some environmental issues, which I did not know until I was informed of it, further complicates the thing. But I will say, Mr. Vice Chairman, I think you're on the right path. So it feels good to know that, as I transition out of the city of Miami, that we still have those people who are here that want to ensure that we have housing that's affordable to people who are moving to these spaces. But I will say that it's also nice that this is, before I moved to where I am now, I lived on 14th Street and 8th Avenue. So I was just around the corner from there, and I lived in market rate. And at the time that I moved in, it was market rate for a flat was like $900. I think I moved out and it was probably like $1,400. And so there's still lots of market affordability there as well. So I think that the space where they are, by having some affordability guidelines, and then also having the ability to do some market or workforce, this is going to fit in very well with that area.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you are.
I had a question for the Director of Planning Department regarding potential issue of spot zoning. If the city hasn't taken on, and certainly this commission hasn't weighed in on any change to the entire area to the T6 level, there's not one single piece of T612 around or abutting or anywhere near that at this moment. Are we creating a spot zoning issue, and do we have a legal complication, Mr. Director?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. The answer is no. The short answer is no. The site on its own certainly large enough to meet the standards to apply for rezoning. It is approximately 2.6 acres, so it's of the appropriate size to hold a district on its own. And I will tell you that I have to agree with everything the applicants have put forward, and that, but for the fact that in the following PZ items, we are proposing to you an alternative solution to the very set of problems that the applicants are setting forth. Certainly our recommendation would have been to go to T612O. Let me share with you a bit of information that I think will highlight the reasons why. T68, which is the zoning designation that abounds in the area, has an FLR by right of 5. And with the bonus structure, it would go, that is actually 25%, so it would go to a total of 6.5 FLR. Now that's not quite enough, right, for the kind of redevelopment that they're thinking about and that we envision for the area as a whole. However, T612 is a significantly higher amount of development capacity. T612 begins at 8 FLR. Compare that to the 6.25 FLR that you would get, including bonuses, in T68, and goes all the way up to 10.4 FLR by the time you aggregate all the public benefits. I'll insert a...
So, Mr. Garcia, repeat that. What's the total amount of FAR they can get? Repeat that. The maximum. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, through you.
No, and I want you to get to the center of this question, but also want you to make it very plain for those people who are watching to kind of walk them through how FAR, FLR, and those bonuses make the difference between how you go from one height to the next by right, and then also by incentive.
Correct. And also give me the total number of FAR they can get with what they're asking for.
Of course, no, I'm happy to
include the bonuses.
So 2 questions. I'll first set forth a more factual one and provide you the numbers, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla. 2 zoning designations, T68 and T612. T68, the lower zoning designation, has a base FLR. FLR stands for floor lot ratio of 5 for the
general public, yeah.
For the audience, yeah.
I have an older brother that kind of explained all this to me a long time ago. And he has dinner conversations and Christmas conversation about FLR and FAR and all these things. So,
but that guy is smart. I'm not so smart.
That's the smartest one of them, right?
And so again, I just don't want to bore anyone with acronyms, but the FLR for T68 is 5, and that is the multiplier times the net lot area that gives you the square feet of development capacity on any given site. So T68 begins with 5, and with the bonus structure, which is for an additional 25%, that would give you 6.25 total. Now, and so first, apples and apples, T68, 5 to 6.25 with bonuses. T612 begins at 8 by right and goes all the way to 10.4 because it has a bonus structure of 30%, not 25%, but 30%, goes all the way to 10.4. So 5 versus 8 and 6.25 with bonuses in T68 versus 10.4 with bonuses in T612. In terms of the bonus structure, and I did want to make this point to slightly correct a statement that Mr. Goldstein had made earlier. The public benefits program does not go to the general fund in any way whatsoever. It's set aside for specific purposes, and one of those specific purposes happens to be affordable housing. Not the only one, but one of them. And there's also the possibility of providing, as part of the bonus structure, affordable housing on site. And if that's the case, then the affordable housing that is provided on site, if it is at 100% AMI or under, gives you a multiplier of 1 to 1, meaning 1 square foot of affordable housing on site gives you an additional 1 square foot of bonus. But if it is under 80% AMI, then the multiplier is 3. 1 square foot of affordable housing gives you 3 additional square feet in the bonus structure. I won't go into more detail because hopefully we'll have the ability to discuss this in a later planning and zoning item. But what I did want to say to you is the only reason we are recommending T68 for this application is, other than the fact that it's what abounds in the area, what it is surrounded by, and what we hope to retain in most of the area when we're done with our efforts, is really T68 really does not provide a significant amount of development capacity for the sort of redevelopment we anticipate. However, we have created a proposal that we will present to you in a little while, which compensates for that. Within TOD areas, it allows for T68 zone land to go higher and get more development capacity through bonuses, but it attaches to those bonuses strings, which are very much along the lines of the affordability issues that all of you have mentioned previously and that we wish to have in the code going forward.
Mr. Chairman?
You recognize.
Thank you. And I'd like to cut to the chase with a recommendation. And by the way, when Francisco taught me about FLR, he stacked croquetas to show how he increased. I remember that. So my recommendation, if they want, without any proffer of any covenant for affordability beyond what they're already going to be required amongst their incentives from the Brownfield agreement, I'd be happy with T68 as is today. But if they're seeking T612, I'd love to defer this item until September and let them sharpen their pencil on a proffer for a covenant that guarantees a certain level of affordability, no matter who develops this down the road, with the additional FLR and density that they're going to achieve through the T612. And at that point, I would be fully supportive of a T612 with a covenant for significant affordability. That'd be my thought, my recommendation.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for you. This is your district?
Yep.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, you're recognized.
Yeah, this is your district? Is this your district?
This is, yes.
Okay. I'm leaning towards T612 because I think this area, and I'm very familiar with the area because I hope to make this part of my district when we redistrict once you're gone. It's actually, I think it's a beautiful part of the city of Miami. It's really going to take off. That Spring Garden area also is a beautiful part of Miami. Few people know about it, and it kind of will square out. It's sort of like it will square out my district. It'll be perfect to have it there, but that's just an aspirational thing that I have going on in my head. But I think that's the future of this area is probably more in line with T612 and some upzoning, significant upzoning along the way. Because it's a transportation-oriented corridor, because there's just a lot of things that are happening here that are very exciting down the line. So I would like to get your thoughts, since you're the representative for that area, on what your thoughts would be about what we do here today.
Right. So I mean,
and I'm not in favor of deferring an item. I hate this, kick it down the line thing. We really need to get things going here in Miami, and especially as I keep on saying, I know I sound like a broken record, but we really need to get jobs created, and we need to move things forward. So I'm not in favor of moving it down the line and deferring it, but I want to hear your thoughts on the T612.
So the first thing is that I would applaud the vice chairman for his efforts and to try to guarantee through some sort of covenant affordability. But as we stated on the record earlier, there's going to be some level of affordability because of the nature of how they're financing the improvement in that space. And I would tell you that this area is very unique because just north of this site is the playing field, or the football field, the track and field for Booker T. Washington. North of that track and field is a jail. West of that jail is a site that I fought long and hard because there were several encampments that were there, because just west of that is where I lived. I lived in an apartment, so I saw it every single day. This is probably the worst area. Commissioner Gort and I see this area time and time again, be frustrated, because this area is where I would begin to say that our dear friends at Camilla's house were not good neighbors, because all of their guests would, instead of being on their site, they would be in that corridor there on 7th Avenue.
And they will come over to District 1, the district I represent.
Exactly, Commissioner Rice.
Yeah.
Obviously, my next point is that you and I shared this space, and so it's an ugly corridor that hasn't had much improvements whatsoever. I know that Miami-Dade County, we had to fight tooth and nail with them to clean up that lot. There was illegal dumping happening on that lot just northwest of this, right on 7th Avenue. I think now they've kind of made this some sort of parking. It's not a beautiful space. It's not a beautiful area. There hasn't been significant development in it whatsoever. And honestly, when I saw that this building was purchased, but I thought they were going to reuse it for what it was, But to see someone actually trying to develop it, I think it's promising. It's just north of a railway. So there is a stop there, and and we speak in codes many times, because we said that this is probably the fifth highest or fifth. How did you put it? That it was that stop is the fifth highest non-use stop or something like that. Right,
it's the fifth least
lowest
utilized,
right.
The lowest utilized. Yeah.
Right, which is an incredible thing, but it's part of that reason is because there's no housing there.
Yeah,
no one gets out. Not going to spend any money. It's an area that's scary for many people to be in at nighttime, especially. And so I liken it to just east in the Omni area, where now you just had significant development of housing there, and now that stop that used to be underutilized is very much so utilized at nighttime, daytime. And I believe Mr. Russell knows what I'm talking about there. And so I say all that to say that what I would not want to do is strap this application with restrictions that we won't be putting on the next applications, because because the city is going to be making this recommendation going towards T612. That's the only part that I believe is a bit unfair, because just south of this particular site, that's not going to be developed. And then south of that, which is south of the railway system, is housing, and I believe that's private-owned housing. And so someone will have to buy all of that housing in order to redevelop that area as well. So there's not much room on that side of town with the zoning that's there, especially, and who owns that zoning, for there to be any improvements in that area. I mean, this is a tough space. And so to see someone come in with the willingness to make improvements in that area, and then see government say, hey, part of the reason why this area is in the condition that it's in is because the zoning does not reflect the current use of that space, I think is a way that we say this one is one that we let that we bring it to T612, and we don't necessarily burden it with things that's going to make it that much more difficult for it to be developed. This is they're first, and I think we should reward people who come first and not necessarily punish them. I remember when we did the Miami Wilson deal, I had a conversation with this developer, and I said to him, I'm not going to require everything of you, but you're going to give me something, right? And the something in this space, I think, is some just world-class units in a space that has not been developed on whatsoever. That's the gateway to Overtown. It's the gateway to our river. It is on a main highway, 7th Avenue. And as you drive down that main highway, it doesn't make you anything but upset, because it's not in the condition that we should be proud of. And so once you cross over 36th Street and go into 46, things get a lot better, but it shouldn't be that way, right? We should try to make improvements to our spaces. Just south of that, when you come in south on 7th Avenue, there are new apartment buildings that were built there that will be more likened to what this could possibly be. And that area is also affordable. And so, I think that it's going to be naturally occurring affordable housing. Plus, it'll have the restrictions that are already placed there, because I guarantee you, in that space right now, and probably over the next 15 years, 20
Nothing's
years,
gonna happen.
no one's going
Nothing
to
will happen. Nothing will happen unless we act forcibly and do something different than we've been doing in the past.
Absolutely.
Right?
That's my response to that. Ms. Priegas?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there was one other point that I had made at the Planning and Zoning Board, which is incredibly compelling. You've all had to sit through lengthy meetings where big projects that promote affordable housing come before you at a cost of displacing existing residents. And you had to deal with the politics and the pain of knowing that to build more housing, you have to put people out of housing. Commissioner Russell has dealt with it in the Grove. Commissioner Hardeman has dealt with it in Little Haiti, all those projects. Nobody's getting displaced here. It's a net gain.
Absolutely.
We have a contaminated industrial site, and we have an opportunity to create housing opportunities at zero displacement, creating neighborhood, creating a new place of community where there is nothing. And so I think I would be remiss if I completed my presentation and forgot to mention that, because I think it's one of the key elements of this proposal. And when I first met with Michael and his partners, I thought, this is a no-brainer. This is a no-brainer. There is no net loss. It's all plus, plus, plus.
And speaking to that point, I tell this to my board members today. If I'm blessed to become the county commissioner and I represent this area, there's a lot of public housing in that space where they are considering redeveloping that housing, et cetera. And I just have a belief that those who are in rental housing today, especially who've been living in public housing, should have an opportunity to buy and to live and own those sites. When you increase the density and you allow new people to come in, the people who've been there should have an opportunity to have an ownership stake in the area, to have pride in their space. And so, there's a lot of ideas that I have that's going to come right back to this area. That's going to create affordable housing. That's going to create ownership, so that people aren't eventually displaced, that they actually have a place they can call home. So, I'm committed to this, and I look forward to partnering with you all today and tomorrow from the county perspective to make this a viable space. So in this particular case, I'm comfortable moving forward with T612 without any new burdens on the development side.
Then I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
And I will second that, and I may add, it is a fact that those of us that know the area, nothing is going to go. Nothing's going to happen there unless a group like this comes and they just jump in and they take the chance. And we are going to, we're going to get about close to 84, 85 real affordable units. And the best thing about those affordable units is that those are large units, are units for families. You see, it goes away, from these micro units that I've been criticizing for so long, because people think that everybody is going to be young forever. And then they're going to get married, and then they're going to have a family. And then when they do that, there is no place for them to live. You see? And I'm all for it. Good. I'm all for it.
Mr. Chairman?
You recognize, sir?
Yeah, I'm troubled. I see where you're going, and I do respect the concept of sparking the neighborhood and moving it along. But I believe that we should always recognize development for what motivates it. They're not doing us a favor here for this community. They see a profit-driven play on an opportunity. Because they have found the specialists and have the ability to decontaminate it, find the incentives to do so, and get the zoning they need, they've now set the table for the next person to come along and make a profit as well. And they will do so as well. I'm not knocking that. I'm not against the development. I'm not against improving the neighborhood. But I believe our job is, as a steward of this zoning, is to make sure, especially within the crisis we're facing ahead of us on affordability and the goals we're setting for ourselves on units we need, that we need a promise from them. And we're not getting that in this case. The units that'll be proffered are going to be near what market rate can bear in that neighborhood anyway at this moment. And there's the next development that comes along will have no requirement unless they activate bonuses to actually give us any true or significant affordability. So I think it's a giveaway. I think it's a giveaway if we don't see a covenant of some sort. I'm not saying we have to defer it. They could sharpen their pencil and proffer something so that it holds whatever next development comes along. So as it is, if it were T68, I'd say, okay, I see what they're going through to do it. But for T612, for where they want to go, I would love to see a covenant. And so I'm a no vote at this point.
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to add, if they go to a T68, they won't be able to offer those 84 units that they're offering, because then the number of apartments is going to be less, or they're going to be smaller. You see, they're going to be smaller units. And another thing that we have to take into consideration when we're talking about these areas, that I think you get points for taking the risk. You see, jumping and taking the risk, because it is a risk anyways. You see, and as Commissioner Hardiman so clearly stated, that area around, that used to be the Dempsey dumpster of Miami. They were going to build a jail, build it over there in that area. Whatever was going to went on, it went to that area. And if we are going to revitalize the area, and we're going to get people that are willing to come in and build, and at the same time offer, offer incentives to people to move there in a way of low rents, that affordability, I welcome them. I welcome them.
Yeah,
and I respect that. I respect people that take the plunge and take risk, because there is not that. Excuse me, Mr. Chair. There is not. It is not sure or it's not guaranteed that those apartments are going to be rented to the police where they are. You see, what do they have around us, surrounding them? They have a jailhouse. See, I mean, it is that I'm taking a risk. They're taking a risk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Goldstein?
I have a motion, right?
Yes.
Second.
This group is very good at environmental matters. We're also good at math, and we know that we have to count to 4. We appreciate that the commission understands where we're coming from a policy perspective, and is willing to utilize the tools that it has available to ensure that our project is a success. I also hear Commissioner Russell loud and clear, and appreciate the observation that the applicant should be able to put its money where its mouth is and make a more tangible and enforceable representation regarding the minimum level of affordable housing. At this point in time, we're prepared to offer a covenant that the project would develop no less than 84 units of affordable housing at 80% AMI.
80%, you said? I thought you said 60. 80% AMI is. Hold on a second. Let me do my numbers here. 80% AMI. The county AMI is 56%.
Commissioner, let me interrupt. I'm so sorry. I thought that was 80% AMI. If it's 60%.
I don't think that we discussed any covenant, Mr. Goldstein. I think that what the chairman and the district commissioner has said is that he doesn't want it encumbered. He wants to have that flexibility that he can support a T612. So 84 units at 60% AMI is what the math that Commissioner Reyes made for the 420 units that you were talking about. So I guess that's all we really need to know. Is that what you meant, Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Okay, exactly. So we move the item. I think we just vote on it. We have a very long agenda left still. I think we have a major discussion coming up, a couple of them. So I think, Mr. Chair, we just move the item forward.
I'm sorry that the applicant was just offering a covenant of affordability, and we're going to say no thanks.
We've had a discussion, Commissioner. You have to know. Well, number one, you have to count your votes in politics. I think the majority of the people here present today know that the chairman of the commission and the district commissioner favors it at T612. It's an area that he represents, and he's going to be leaving to the county commission. He will continue to represent on the county commission, and that it's an area that's been in very bad shape for decades, and he wants to see it grow and prosper. And I think there's two commissioners on this dais that don't want to see the same thing for that area. So we don't want to.
On this item,
We're on item PZ 4 and 5.
is there a motion?
There's
a motion, sir. There's a motion to.
I'd like to call the question then.
Yes, sir.
And I want to, once again, I want to clarify, it's going to be 60% AMI.
Yes, 60% AMI.
Okay, that's it. Okay.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All against?
No.
Motion carries. All right, let's move backwards. Commissioner.
Chairman,
Yeah.
That's Rita.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify that was for the vote was for 4 and 5 together, or can we? Thank you.
This is 4 and 5. Yes.
4 and 5.
I know we have PZ 1, 2, 6, and 7 that's left. I know Commissioner Arroyo.
Right.
On PZ 1 and 2, I think you've
I will be abstaining because I recently, as I stated in the last meeting, found out that I own a property that's within the 500 feet of that property. So I've been advised by the city attorney after I asked her to make inquiry and phone calls that I should abstain in voting.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. So
Thank
we're going
you.
to call.
Thank you, Joe.
I think we're going to. What do you guys want to do? You want to do PZ 6 and 7 first, and then come back to PZ 1 and 2, so we can.
I'd appreciate if we could.
It's like the lesser of two evils here.
I just want to get because since he said down.
What kind of choice is that?
That's easy. Yeah.
Let us go to PZ 6. Madam City Attorney, can you read it to the record?
PZ 6, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, is amended more specifically by amending Article 3, Section 3.14, titled Public Benefits Program, to distinguish the appropriate abutting condition for T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Open and CS Civic Space Transit Zone zoned properties, and to incorporate additional bonus and by right floor lot ratio and flexibility in stories for property zone T680 Urban Core Transit Zone open in transit oriented development areas only in exchange for the provision of affordable workforce housing at or below 100% area median income, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
We'll probably move the second. Mr. Garcia, I have a quick question for you. The 500 feet between T3 and this new area, what is that? What made you come up with the 500 feet? Because what's the average city block on a residential street? How many feet?
That varies broadly, but the 500 feet is a well-established planning tool to basically set it far back enough so that it doesn't have any direct impact on the property.
Right. Most frontages are about 50 feet. So, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, it's a significant amount of houses. Okay, just the thought that came to mind. So we'll probably move in seconds. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. PZ 7.
PZ 7, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the city of Miami, Florida, is amended by changing the zoning classification from T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Limited to T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Open for the properties generally located at 1139, 1146, 1148, 1155, 1157, 1160, 1161, 1164, 1166, 1169, 1177, 1208, 1212, 1216, 1223, 1230, 1233, 1238, 1241, 1244, 1245, 1300, 1305, 1312, 1316, 1318, 1338, 1342, 1344, 1352, 1358, 1360, 1353, 1400, and 1414 Northwest 7th Court. 1136, 1145, 1146, 1147, 1156, 1158, 1159, 1163, 1165, 1190, 1192, 1194, 1196, 1201, 1216, 1227, 1228, 1230, 1233, 1241, 1243, 1251, 1303, 1311, 1319, 1320, 1321, 1325, 1337, 1345, 1345, 1351, 1361 Northwest 8th Avenue, 1171, 1173, 1217, 1219, 1222, 1224, 1226, 1230, 1232, 1234, 1248, 1310, 1312, 1320, 1321, 1322, 1326, 1330, and 1350 Northwest 8th Court, 1133, 1150, 1177, 1180, 1881, and 1191 Northwest 8th Street Road, 1220, 1223, 1230, 1231, 1234, 1235, 1236, 1238, 1246, 1247, 1302, 1310, 1311, 1313, 1318, 1320, 1328, 1331, 1333, 1335, 1336, 1337, 1342, 1335, 1349, and 1361 Northwest 9th Avenue, 1200, 1231, 1311, 1321, 1331, and 1347 Northwest 10th Avenue, 1145, 1157, 1158, 1180, 1204, 1226, 1244, and 1249 Northwest 11th Street Road, 720, 724, 726, 727, 737, 745, 747, 756, 758, 759, 760, 762, 771, 777, 803, 806, 808, 810, 813, 816, 826, 828, 836, 843, 845, 847, 849, 914, and 933 Northwest 12th Street, 732, 735, 763, 766, 770, 771, 808, 833, 851, 853, and 919 Northwest 13th Street, 724, 783, 784, 786, and 800 Northwest 14th Street, 1000, 1005, 1008, and 1010 Spring Garden Road, and 1000 Sunnybrook Road, Miami, Florida, is more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
As Ms. Mendez catches her breath, I will move the item.
Second, but Madam City Attorney, I might have missed a couple of addresses there.
Can you read it again?
Mr. Min will be glad. Mr. Min will be glad to read it again. I'm not reading this next time. It's horrible.
Francisco, can you do me a favor and explain to us why this is a good idea for this area?
Absolutely, sir. Thank you for asking, and I'm happy to do it. So the parcels that Ms. Mendez has read into the record happen to be exactly on the west side of Northwest 7th Avenue from the property we previously discussed. These happen to be zoned T68L. The other property was zoned D1. And in the other side of things, it actually has the opposite problem of the previous property. The L in T68L limits the development on the property to essentially mostly predominantly residential. What it doesn't do is it doesn't allow main office buildings, it doesn't allow commercial to any significant extent. And we thought that in order to sort of unbridle the revitalization and redevelopment possibilities in this area, we would change the setting from L to O, which is incidentally the same zoning designation they had originally applied for over on the east side of Northwest 7th, so as to get a healthy mix of office, commercial, residential, immediately in the area around Culmer Station, which is of course a transportation-oriented development area. That coupled with the previous ordinance that you've approved on first reading, we think will put these in parity with the property that we just dealt with on the other side of 7th Avenue. And we do expect that there will be a significant amount of revitalization and redevelopment in this area. The area has already gone through a significant amount of aggregation of land. There are really about 10, maybe 15 property owners that are well situated to be able to develop. In this new zoning designation with a little more flexibility will allow them to kick off a number of projects that are right now in the pipeline.
And I know there were some concerns by some residents that live in the Spring Garden community and other surrounding areas in that space. How do you believe that this would affect? Spring Garden is a very secluded space in the community. It's actually a very nice gym. I live in Highland Park, which is just north of it, but essentially walking distance. So, what do you see as far as this? How this affects their quality of life and the space where they are?
So the closest properties within the area as part of this item are at least 400 to 500 feet apart. But just in case we missed any and any got too close, we introduced that 500-foot buffer that you read in the previous ordinance and you highlighted and asked about. And we feel that is a sufficient distance to prevent any adverse impact, any significant adverse impact that they might suffer. The warning, however, is this. As I think you know very well, Commissioner, the land in this particular area is largely vacant. And to the extent that it has been developed, it's been developed at a very low density and intensity. So if the redevelopment is successful, they certainly would expect to see 12-story buildings as a regular occurrence. But again, that's what the area is primed for, and it's really the best way to make utilization of the infrastructure that's already present in the place. So we feel it's sufficiently distanced from the historic neighborhood to be able to not have that great an impact. But we certainly want to enhance and make it possible for that redevelopment to take place.
So it won't have that same effect that I know there was a project that was, and the name of it escapes me, but it's just south of the Winn-Dixie, east of 12th Avenue. It's a project that sits on the corner there that's near the water. I forget the name of it, but it's like it literally, that project abuts single family housing. And I mean, the building is very, very tall, and you can literally see into the backyard of the next door neighbor. That won't happen in this with this ordinance.
Is that Moderna you're talking about? Is it Moderna what it's called?
Yes.
That's a beautiful development too, I think.
But that won't happen because the 500-foot buffer is, gives you the distance away from that sort of development, correct?
That's correct. And there is a strip of land that is actually zoned. It's a whole series of properties that are actually zoned T5 at 5 stories, capped at 5 stories, which would serve as
All right. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against? That motion carries. All right, so we've completed our PZ items except for PZ 1 and 2. So I know that
for PZ 1 and 2, Commissioner Carollo.
Yeah, he's going to be
We'll stay back for a little while.
Do you have anything left in the meeting?
Yeah, we have the settlement for the 3384 Day Avenue investments. The shaping. The shaping. The only thing we can do is if we break now, we can handle that. And that way, if we do that, we would have used all of your services, and then the rest of us can finish on with the rest of the meeting.
That works.
Very nice of you.
I'm a nice guy.
I'll accept that.
Yeah. All right, so that's the best thing for us to do. And what we'll do then is for PZs 1 and 2, the order that I like to see it happen is I want to see the arguments for the intervener status being made. There's one request or there are 2 requests? I know that I saw 2 people, but or is it one lawyer, 2 individuals?
I believe it's just Mr. Kuven, but are you talking about are you looking at logistics right now and then we're gonna leave? Because if not, I'll have Commissioner Carollo step away for a little bit if you're gonna talk about
this is just logistics. What I'm saying is that we're gonna have what I would like to see is so they're aware the argument being made for the intervener status, how that goes. Then we'll have opening statements, and then we'll decide from there if we want to continue hearing the rest of the arguments, or we'll have the rest of the arguments being made at the next meeting. We'll close the public comment as to all comments regarding PZ1 and PZ2. We've received significant public comment, and I think we've satisfied the statute and done well beyond it. And so if we do this hearing, it may not all finish today, meaning that, all of us who've been to court know that you don't finish your entire case in one day. Like, the court takes a break, right? You come back the next day or the next time and you complete your hearing. So I want to also introduce that in this setting so that we're not here till 3 o'clock in the morning deciding a very important issue. So at least what we'll be able to do is decide the intervener status, make our opening statements, and then they can prepare for their case in chief. Understood? So now at this time, we'll go into recess and we'll move into our shade meeting.
Chair, I believe the city attorney needs to read a brief statement before we recess for the attorney-client session.
We had to, because I saw the way Barnaby just jumped up and looked. We're waiting up for you. Go ahead, Barnaby.
Okay, I believe, Chairman, just because I'm gonna finish this and then everybody's gonna dash off, remember that everybody's going to mute and close out your, just put your name, close out your video, don't log out, and then mute everything in Zoom, and then we're gonna go into Teams, okay?
All
right. On July 9, 2020, under the provisions of Section 286.0118 Florida statutes, the Governor's Executive Orders 2069 and 20-150, I requested the City Commission meet in a private to discuss pending litigation in a matter of 3384 Day Avenue Investments versus the City of Miami, case number 2019-23993 CA11, pending in the Circuit Court of the 11th Judicial Circuit in and for Miami-Dade County, to which the city is presently a party. The subject of this meeting will be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy sessions related to litigation expenditures. The City Commission approved my request, and now at approximately 8:04 p.m., we'll commence a virtual private attorney-client session under the parameters of Section 286.0118 Florida statutes and the Governor's Executive Orders 2069 and 20-150. The virtual private meeting session will conclude approximately 1 hour later. The session will be attended by members of the City Commission, which include Chairman Keon Hardiman, Vice Chairman Ken Russell, and Commissioners Alexis Portilla, Joe Carollo, and Manuel Reyes, City Manager Art Noriega, City Attorney Victoria Mendez, Deputy City Attorneys John Greco and Barnaby Min, Senior Assistant City Attorneys Carrie McNulty and Rachel Dooley, and Assistant City Attorney Daniel Goldberg. A certified court reporter will be present to ensure that the session is fully transcribed, and the transcript will be made public upon the conclusion of the litigation. At the conclusion of the virtual client attorney session, the virtual regular commission meeting will be reopened, and the person chairing the meeting will announce the termination of the attorney-client session. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, please make sure you're muted and you take your image off.
Sorry, I lost my connection there for a little bit. I just wanted to let you know, and anyone who wanted to comment, that I will be proffering that pocket for the Civil Service Board, as we did get a written commitment that Mary Lugo is not available for the position, so she's withdrawing. So I just wanted to put that forward now so that when we come back for the regular meeting.
Can you hear me?
That's
and
it.
Here we do have Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla's pocket appointment to the LGBTQ as well to address.
Right, I remember.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we take that up quickly or just get that out of the way or?
Can we just go into, I made my announcement and
Okay,
very
okay.
technical, sorry.
That's fine, that's fine,
Thank you.
that's fine.